Of the meeting. Hope you all had a good evening yesterday evening. And I know there's been quite a lot of thinking going on in terms of the issues that we were talking about. So thank you very much to staff and to those members and TAs who were involved in those discussions. Apologies to those in the public gallery at the moment. We've just got a problem with the screen not being available in the room. We'll make sure that that is as soon as we can get the AV support on that. Members and those sitting around the table, the slides are on the small screens in front of you. Just want to recognise that Lucy is joining us virtually today. She wasn't feeling great yesterday, so I think very sensibly has decided to participate virtually today. So, Lucy, good to see you online. And sorry, basically, we hope you get well soon. And I'll ask staff just if to keep a watch for me in case I miss you, if you want to raise your hand and come into the discussion. Thanks, Lucy. Good to hear you. So, I think probably, I don't know which order you want to deal with the issues in. Celine, do you want to sort of lead us off, and then probably what I'll do is get the the issue owners from yesterday just to sort of come in at the appropriate along that, and then we'll just sort of see others who are in the discussions can share their thoughts as they went through those discussions, which I think will help those of us who weren't there to understand the journey that you've been going on. So maybe Celine, over to you first.
Thank you, Ian. So I want to first thank all the members and TAs who joined us yesterday before the fire alarm, but after the closed session. We had a great lengthy discussion. So thanks to Renee, Andrew, Scott, Patricia, Mike, Tim, Elizabeth for joining and spending a good chunk of time together. We to this morning, we'll walk through and review the 3 issues that were presented, recap some of the key points, and then share our proposal and some of the initial drafting that we worked through as a group, and then the next steps, additional changes that we expect would have to flow through that we'll work through later today and share with the board by tomorrow. So the first item will go in the same sequential order as yesterday. We'll start with the responsibility for climate-related public policy programs. So on this item, based on the discussion yesterday, the key issues I think that we wanted to focus on and the key comments that came out was that this responsibility, who should provide the disclosures about climate-related policy programs, should be focused on climate-related public policy programs, so making that very clear. Should be focused on responsibility for outcomes, not just the programs themselves, and with that accountability. And we talked about, thinking about responsibility versus accountability. If one includes the other, vice versa, how we would think about that. The next point was on various points. I felt there was further clarification needed around policy design, implementation, and monitoring. When we talk about those, what do they mean? Does design include all policy setting activities? Implementation include execution or compliance? And so there was various points made around that. And then lastly, considering any changes to the term public policy programs. So that's just a recap, going over my notes to capture what we heard. So the group sat down and took this away and really started focusing first on, what is climate related, who are the responsibilities for, what is the responsibility for? So our proposal would be to revise the requirement about the climate-related public policy programs and the outcomes to be from those entities with responsibility for climate-related public policy program outcomes. So this is focused on outcomes, and it's focused on climate-related public policy programs. We talked about the accountability versus responsibility, and those would be, that can be explained in, say, the BCs, how that includes accountability. But we landed on using the term responsibility as encompassing. And then on the second point on the confusion and clarification around policy design, implementation, and monitoring, felt it was, the diagram in BC 46 was helpful in one way, but also creating confusion, because there were comments that, you get through the core text and it's clear, but then once you introduce these concepts in the diagram in BC 46, it's just where you start getting some more questions. And so we decided to repurpose that diagram from the BCs and bring it into the IEs. So the examples that we do have, for example, I think is, I'll show you the examples as well, and how we'll propose to repurpose those. So that is a specific example that explains, which one has the responsibility and which one has, it would be reporting just on their own operations. And then that would flow through to other core text updates. So I'll walk through some of the proposals and then hand over to Andrew. So what this looks like is in that AG2 section where we talk about the responsibility for climate-related public policy programs. You would have the intro, really, it's about entities who have responsibility for climate-related public policy programs should disclose this information as required in this draft standard. And then AG 2.8 talks about those factors to identify who has responsibility. So we've kept A, B, and D, and then in B, we just reallocated some wording from D to B, where it's really talking about the design and how you make decisions about public policy programs. But what we decided to remove is C. So C, responsibility for implementing and or monitoring climate-related public policy programs. So in the discussions yesterday, it started to seem confusion between that, what was previous in that diagram, entity B, implementing, if you're implementing a policy program versus if you're complying and you're just executing a program or, you are, mandated to do something, then that feels like you could be an affected entity, but many may interpret that as being you're implementing, you're following a policy. And so to remove that confusion, we're removing, if you're an implementing entity, you report that in your own operations. So the real focus now is on those who are, have legislated that they have a responsibility for it, that they actually design and develop the program, and they clearly have accountability for achieving those outcomes. So we've simplified it to the three factors. And with that, we've deleted AG 2.9, which was talking about, if you have any of these different roles, just talk about your area of responsibility and disclosures. So now if you have that overall responsibility for the outcomes, then you would be providing the disclosures through this section of the standard AG2. So what this looks like when we repurpose the diagram, if I take the example 5 from the IEs, the example was where the Ministry of Environment sets the net zero target, and then they mandate other public sector entities to convert to electric vehicles as part of their climate-related public policy program. And then as a result, the Ministry of Transport replaces their fleet of buses. So in this example, then the green indicates you have that responsibility for the outcomes and design and development of that program. And so the green Ministry of Transport would provide who would have that responsibility and provide the disclosures about climate-related public policy programs. The Ministry of Transport would be, with that conversion to of its fleet would be part of its own operations. So they would report the related emissions from its own operations in scope 1, 2, and 3 from that fleet conversion. The complementary example is example 6, where now the Ministry of Environment sets the targets, they have a broader policy, but they delegate responsibility to determining and designing a program to meet those targets to the Ministry of Transport. So now the Ministry of Transport also has a responsibility for that, for a program that it designs and develops. And then they decide to, do a network of electric vehicle charging stations. And so they also now have responsibility for that piece of the broader Ministry of Environment's policies. And so they now have responsibility and would provide disclosures about climate-related public policy programs. And then there's still a group that are affected by their public policy programs. So that's the blue, and they would have their own operations disclosures. So that's where the group got to yesterday. And we acknowledge there are going to be other flow-through updates that we would be making. And so if the board agreed, then we would also look to updating Cortex and flowchart, particularly paragraphs 2 to 4, review any other updates to AGs, and then BCs and a couple IGs that I've identified here. But we will do a review to make sure that we've captured everything else here, though. I think there's this point under BCs that we didn't have a chance to capture as I was going through the notes yesterday, but that's something we'll take away of clarifying that responsibility for climate. I'll have to double check that because that sentence doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'll pass that back to Andrew now, if you have any comments, if you wanted to add anything.
Thanks, Celine. Yeah, so just I think to emphasize what Celine had said around responsibility versus accountability. So we did have a look at the two terms, felt that responsibility was perhaps a little broader than the accountability as in the framework, and therefore that responsibility would be a better term. What we did try and emphasize what we mean by responsibility is to link it to the outcomes of the program rather than just responsibility for the program, because I think that's where that accountability leg really starts to come into play. So we did try and make that clear, and as Celine said, that would flow through. I mean, there's numerous places in the document where it speaks about responsibility for the program. That would now all be changed to responsibility for outcomes of the program. And then we do have the indicators / descriptions of what responsibility could be, and that's what Celine had the slide earlier, one of which is accountability. Just another note on accountability is speaking to some of the non-English speakers, it's apparently really difficult to translate accountability, whereas responsibility is an easier term to translate across as well. So just from a translation perspective, the responsibility was why we landed on that term rather than accountability. And then in terms of BC 46, many board members yesterday said it was helpful, but the terms, again, that we'd used in terms of design and implement were confusing. So we've repurposed that diagram then. So to take it out, get rid of those terms, and put it in illustrative examples that were already there, that I think also helps to just contextualize what we actually mean by it, but still providing that useful guidance as to when are you responsible for outcomes, whereas when is it now just part of your general own operations. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what we did. So thanks, Celine, and everyone for the work yesterday.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. So just want to get any additional comments from anybody else that was in on that conversation in terms of thinking that hasn't come out before we open up. Renee, you were in on the conversation? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. If you go back to the second illustrative example, where the Ministry of Transport is being delegated something, I just want to clarify, add on top of everything that's been said, that the reason why we deleted C, implementation, is because if an entity is just delegated a project, right? A project in this case to just install charging station, then they've just been given a mandate to do so because it's part of their mandate to deal with transportation issues in the jurisdiction, right? So I think we discussed yesterday that they're not necessarily accountable or responsible for the overall outcome of a program to reduce net zero emissions in the jurisdiction or to electrify the jurisdiction, whatever, right, is how you label the program. So if they've just been narrowly been given a mandate, then we would say that in this particular circumstances, they could conclude that they're not accountable for the outcome of the program. They've just been delegated a mandate to develop an infrastructure project. And this is an expansion of their mandate, therefore those activities would become part of their own operations. So I think there's a nuance. So here there could be a scenario where the Ministry of Transport is not required, would not be caught or scoped into the public policy program outcome disclosure. And I think we should maybe show the two scenarios or find a way to explain that nuance, because I think that's why we removed C. So if environment would be implementing its own program, that's also possible, right? So they're an implementer, but they're also responsible for the policy. So that would not negate the fact that they're responsible for the outcome. But I think when you get into a scenario where there's delegation of just different tasks to different ministries depending on their operational goals, so I think that we need to make that clear. I don't think it's coming out in what we've said so far in those slides.
Okay, thanks, Renee. I mean, in a sense, it's a differentiation between the what and the how, and the how being the own operations. Ross?
Yeah, I think Andrew touched on it. It's subtle, but by bringing back the accountability to delivering the outcomes, I think it refocuses so we don't run into too many entities that really should be only reporting on operations, thinking they actually have a public policy outcome role. So I think kind of continuing the thinking that Renee had from yesterday is like if, the Ministry of Environment delegates a program to an entity and they change their operations to introduce a program, that's not them being in the public policy program outcome bucket. That's part of the changes to their own operations that should be reflected through own operations. So it should limit the number of entities that see themselves in the public policy program bucket.
Okay, so thank you very much to that group for moving the thinking forward. So now I'm going to open up a bit further then in terms of other members. I think Hervé, you were probably first. Oh, sorry, Patricia. Okay, so Patricia, can you go first then, and then Hervé?
No? Yes? Okay. One point I would like to add is the fact that if I consider only outcomes and I consider the level of aggregation that it's possible to evaluate outcomes, because I can consider, for example, in this example, how the installation of the charge station can contribute for the outcomes, but it's so hard to do. It's so hard to evaluate. It's so challenging to evaluate. Then it avoids some burden for some entities. This is another argument for not to considering entities responsible for outputs and not outcomes, because the design of the program is not from the entity responsible for the output, but the entity responsible for the outcomes. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So if we can go to Hervé Adrien next, and then Liang, and then Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still not very much convinced with the distinction made or the aggregation made between responsibility, accountability, and even more so when I read the examples. And what I see is that it becomes very tricky to develop examples because many of the examples that are designed here, drafted here, might not apply the same in every jurisdiction. For instance, one would understand in example 6, or even in example 5, that ministries, well, this sort of, layer of power in the public administration, are responsible to implementing some programs, but in fact, in many instances, ministries or government top layers of decision are in charge of encouraging reaching some targets. For instance, when Ministry of Environment decides to set a net zero target, very often they set up a process for subsidizing entities to encourage them to reach that target. And by distributing subsidies, sometimes they are accountable for the way they decide, they choose to subsidize this or that sort of entity at this or that level. But sometimes it's just, decided or provided for in the law or in the legislation, whatever. It says, okay, any entity would receive such a subsidy based on whatever, turnover and what. So it's very difficult when we draft example to very clearly, because there are so many different situations. So I would say, this is why I believe when we discuss the responsibility versus accountability, that responsibility is really a high level and defined accountability, I would say. And accountability is more linked to delivering something and reporting on what have you done to reach the objective that's been set by someone who is responsible for the public policy program. So the examples, in my view, the examples create somewhat more confusion than clarification with this issue of responsibility versus accountability.
It does illustrate the challenge that we've got in terms of, I think, there's a conceptual issue, which, and there's a matter of practicality in terms of different jurisdictions will implement in different ways. And then I think we have the translation issue as well, which is accountability versus responsibility. And that was one of the reasons why I was suggesting yesterday that we went back to the framework, because when people have translated the framework, they will have had to translate accountability, because that's one of the key concepts in the framework. Nevertheless, I think at this stage, one of the things we're going to have to do is recognise that if we're broadly happy with the concepts that are there, actually we can have a debate later about whether it's accountability or responsibility and how we explain that. So I think, what I want to do is just take a round of comments. We'll see whether there's a strong groundswell that we really want to go to accountability at this stage. But I think what we need to do is then make sure that the basis for conclusion exposes the discussion that we're having, and that in the SMCs, actually, we do ask a rounded SMC, which is about, basically how we've articulated this concept in the ED, and basically, get constituents' comments and then take it on from there. So I think if this is the only problem that we have, it's a good one to have at this stage, and we just need to expose the discussion, and then land it for the final version, having explained the debate and asked for comments. Okay, so I have Liang next, then Noyati, then Mari, then Claudia.
Thanks, Chair. I'm quite struggling how to determine, how to provide the guidance about how to determine the entity who should provide the disclosure. I agree that we could use have responsibility for, if we could define responsibility clearly and to include accountability. But actually, I'm thinking about how does such public policy program work in practice? Maybe we can still look at the example 6. Actually, I think in practice, normally, if such as in my jurisdiction, if such as the Ministry of the Environment set some target for the emission, actually, maybe it still take the leading responsibility. Although, such as in some specific sector, such as in the sector of transportation, maybe it will have the Ministry of Transportation to take some very detailed or very specific action, and such as to issue something in this sector. So in my view, it is hard to define what does it mean about delegation. So such as in the example 6, I think the real life case, at least in my jurisdiction, that the Ministry of Environment still take the overall responsibility for every sector. So the Ministry of Environment should still provide the disclosure in addition to Ministry of Transportation.
Thanks, Liang. I mean, I do think we need to think about this distinction between what is it that is being required to do, what is it that the programme is designed to achieve, and how is it being delivered. And I think the how is what comes within own operations, and that's why the value chain considerations and so on are really important in terms of that how. I think we still have some, we clearly still have some problems around articulating this, but I think if we think about what versus how, this is where I don't think we're going to land this entirely. From the range of comments, there is clearly jurisdiction-specific issues here, there's language issues here, and I think we need to let staff, I'm of the view that I will probably just ask for a show of hands on whether we use responsibility or accountability as a term when we've got through this discussion, and then we need to explain it, and both in the text and also refer to the discussion in the BCs and ask the right SMC. And I think that's just the way we've got to go with it at this stage, because you're entirely right. How it's done will be different between different jurisdictions, and it may vary between different programs as well. That's just the reality. So I think, it's useful to get the colour around this, but then we're going to have to go with something at the end of this discussion. So I've got Noyati next, then Mari, then Claudia, and then Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask for clarification because I've heard what Andrew said and others said about the differences between the responsibility and accountability. And Andrew said that the responsibility is linked with the outcome, and it will after that it will comes to the accountability. But the thing is, I just want to ask about the delegated responsibility. So actually, in my understanding, the responsibility is in this scope of the standard is about who to provide what disclosure, about the disclosure. And then for that, how far that we have to disclose the accountability in the standard. And then what about the delegated responsibility? Is that particular entity have to disclose the accountability as well as the parent responsibility? In this case, it's about from the Ministry of Environment to the Ministry of Transport. Is the Ministry of Transport also have to disclose the outcome and the accountability, whereby whether the Ministry of Transport achieve the KPIs or outcome of that particular policy or not? Is it just, I want to make it clear about that. Thank you.
Celine, did you want to come back on that?
So I just wanted to make sure I heard it correctly. You're thinking about example 6, right, where there's the multi-levels. So I think first going back to Liang's point, I think that in this example, we are intending that both the Ministry of Fire Environment would have responsibility. They would report on their broader policy, and the Ministry of Transport would have responsibility, and they would also report on their piece, which I think is consistent with what you're saying. And then to Nuryati, then you're asking whether the Ministry of Transport would have to provide disclosures back to the Ministry of Environment for its accountability for what's been delegated. I don't think that our disclosures are specifically tailored for that sort of internal reporting, but I'd expect likely that Ministry of Environment would ask for that information to do their own reporting. And so it's required at the top level. So in all situations, I'd expect, say, the Ministry of Environment would be asking for the reporting from the sectors it's delegated responsibility for.
For that the Ministry of Transport also have to disclose the outcome of that delegated responsibility in the reports. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. So I've got Mari next, and then Claudia, and then Mike.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. From my point of view, the confusion come from the bottom-up based discussion. From my point of view, it is so important to discuss top-down base, and so maybe about us to the responsibility and accountability discussion, and the government has a critical role to fulfill the stewardship and accountability. And so the policy design and implementation and monitoring is a responsibility for the government and to deliver the outcome. And so in broader sense, based on the stewardship, the responsibility is, as the Andrew said, broader sense.
And so the responsibility for the policy formulation or design, from my point of view, formulation is a so good wording. And so the policy implementation and policy monitoring is so great responsibility for the government. And so from another point of view, there is a very top-down approach. From the top-down approach, there is a strategic goal and strategic objective to be clarified, identified by the public entities. And so in this draft, we can see so many targets anywhere. And so the target is closely related to the project base. And so it is important to set and identify the strategic objective and strategic goal, and then to cascade down to each project. And each project, maybe we can talk about each public entity's responsibility for policy design and implementation and monitoring. And for example, the United States federal government has a law about the Government Performance Results Act and Modernization Act, and that's three great components exist, and that is the strategic plan, performance plan, and performance report. So we have to go back to the fundamental logical consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. It's helpful in terms of thinking it's that whole cascade and how that fits together, isn't it? So Claudia and then Mike.
Thank you. I just haven't that much to add because all of my colleagues have already brought up my points. For me, it's hearing and following the whole discussion, it's quite important that we make clear, is there a difference between responsibility or accountability, and if not, we use only one term. Following the discussion, it makes me nervous because then I see, oh, maybe I didn't understand at all what we wanted to reach. Furthermore, the example 6 probably is maybe not the best way to explain the concept behind the distinction who is responsible or who accountable for this public sector program. There's a lot of professional judgment. Maybe it's better we use an illustrated guidance to explain a little bit more what we understand. Example is always a risk to be descriptive, and as we heard, there are so many professional judgment around. There's a jurisdictional, legislational topics related. We should just make clear who should report, at least select one entity in the whole government sector who reports on it. And maybe we could have going back to the RPGs, because there we already talk about outcomes, and there we have already designed who reports on the outcomes. So if instead really a big issue, whose reports already on outcomes, you know, we're talking only on climate-related program outcomes. So it's a very small scope. So maybe we should use at least a few of our already existing literature and then make a draft as clear as possible and get a response from our stakeholders, what they think about.
Thanks, Claudia. Can I just ask staff just to have a very quick look back whilst I take Mike on the term that we use in RPG3. Mike, and then Renee, and then I'm going to wrap up on this item because I think, you know, we've got a range of comments, but we're going to have to take a decision on the way forward.
So, thank you, Chair. Not much to add on your statement, Claudia. Well, on responsibility and accountability, in Germany, it's a question of translation, but nevertheless, if we define those terms precisely, I can live with both of them. And the other thing that's exactly like Claudia pointed out, it's what we shouldn't forget is, depending on the individual situation, there is no black and white differentiating between own operations and between policy implementation, policy activity, and that is, I think, the core principle we have in AG 2.8. It is a list of indicators, so it's a classical approach we have in the traditional accounting as well. Wouldn't say it's not helpful to have examples and so on, but nevertheless, we should acknowledge that we have a certain judgment of the preparer, and where we had to live with that ultimately. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Renee and then Patricia.
So I just want to clarify. I think we said that we could use interchangeably responsibility and accountability. We're landing on responsibility, and I think in a BC, we're going to explain that the two terms could potentially be used interchangeably, but it's a question of terminology. So to me, that's it. If we land on responsibility, it's going to be explained what it is, as Mike said. The question of the examples, a picture tells 1,000 words. So whether we say it in words in an IG or we show it in a picture in an IE, we should be saying the same thing. I personally like that we're just conveying a principle through these boxes. We're not trying to outline a very specific practical situations, and we can say that at the beginning of that example. We can footnote the table. We can refine the example. Now, IE6, I want to go back to it because your response, the staff's response to Noriadi's question got me confused. So I know here, like my first intervention was to suggest that we need to either expand that example or create a second one. In my mind, I would just potentially just expand it, because here you're showing the scenario where there is a delegated public policy program responsibility for outcome to the Minister of Transportation. But there's also the example where we're just delegating the implementation of an infrastructure program. And we said that if it's just implementation, the delegated entity is not responsible for the outcome of the program and would not be responsible to disclose the outcome of the program. If it's just an expansion of their existing mandate. So somehow we need an example where the Ministry of Transport is not disclosing public policy program, because I think here we're concluding it is disclosing its own public policy program, but there could be a scenario where it's not. And I think that's one of the nuance we're trying to convey in the standard, and that's why we removed D from the other examples. So to me, we have to be careful that we're depicting the proper nuances so that the example is productive and effective.
Thank you. I think this is exactly why implementation examples are confusing in many cases. It doesn't actually add. And in reviewing the drafting of IE6, we're going to have to be very clear that this is the fact pattern in this example and differentiate that from your jurisdiction that may be different. And that's where people get confused, because they try and slot their jurisdiction into that, and people see IEs as guidance, as authoritative, when they're not. So, you know, I can entirely see the point you're making, Renee, that I think, you know, visuals are important. I think this does come into some of what I said yesterday, which is actually we need some project management terminology, because there may well be an overall program. You may delegate part of that program to somebody else to deliver. That doesn't mean that you're not responsible, accountable for the overall outcomes of the program. That doesn't mean that the sub-program people responsible for that are not responsible for the outcomes of that part of the overall program. There may well be projects that are actually how this is implemented in practice that sit underneath that. And I think we're going to have to somehow articulate that, because I think this is the difference between the what and the how. So let's not get hung up on this example at the moment, but I think there's some further tweaking of the drafting that's going to be needed here. If this is going to carry on. But I come right back up to actually we may not be in the situation where we're going to precisely clarify all of this at this stage, and I think we're just going to have to live with some greyness here. We've said all the way through that we as a board understood the point about the fact that we're trying to actually get guidance out there. It will not be perfect. This is an evolving area, so we're going to have to live with that. And that's why I will take Patricia and Lynn, but then I'm not taking any more interventions. I will summarise where I think we've got to, and we need a way forward at that stage, and we will need to go with that. Okay, so I've got Patricia, then I've got
I'm sorry. My intervention here is only to reinforce some points. And I think in sometimes there is some confusion between policy and program. Program is the way that the government plan, design the action to achieve outcomes. If I identify a government or an entity that design a program is a set of outputs or set of services for some group of recipients to achieve some outcomes, or if I consider a more objective definition of programs, I think it makes more clear what we try to ask in this standard. I think maybe sometimes the confusion is in relation to policy and program. Policy is broader than program. Program is how the entity plan the action, and the action considering a set of activities, a set of projects, a set of outputs. I think it could better connect what we try to do in this standard. And I think this, this example should be improved, because in the delegation is in relation to the output. I think it make clear that the Minister of Transport can design the program, can decide not the way, it's not to have a charge station, it's another thing. The decision is with the Minister of Transportation. I think a narrow definition of program, the idea that the program is the way that plan to achieve some outcomes, I think it can be helpful in this standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think your point there, teasing out the difference between policy and programme, is actually a helpful indicator of the way forward. Lynn.
So firstly, I wanted to thank the group yesterday that met and have come back with the proposals. I think they are useful. I think that, as Claudia said, there's a lot of professional judgment here. And when I hear the comments around the table, I fear that we are trying to write a perfect scenario that fits every jurisdiction when they read it in a perfect way. But actually, we're writing a set of principles that people need to take away and interpret. I'm not hearing much disagreement on the principles and on the drafting of those principles. What I hear the debate being about is the example and how that applies. But even when I hear that debate, actually, I think to myself, what is the problem that we are all trying to solve here? Because if we've got the principles right, does it matter if there is two entities in this example we've got in front of us making disclosures about what they consider themselves to be responsible for? I don't think that that matters if actually the Ministry of Environment might include some of the Ministry of Transport's disclosures in its own disclosures if it thinks it has overall responsibility. So actually, I think we could debate this and debate this and debate this and try and finesse something which actually the principles we've landed for quite some time now. So I think we should be stopping the finessing of the wording as much as possible and actually moving to finalise and get something out there, because I don't think we are, in our finessing, changing the principles. If an example is really not helping, delete the example, or if the example gets included, I think we should stop trying to finesse and start trying to finalise.
Thank you, Lynn. It's an excellent summary. So I think ultimately where you came in is ultimately this is a matter of judgment. really change the principle here. Actually, it's just how we communicate it, and probably, as ever, trying to go that last couple of percent. Actually, you can spend a lot of time and not really actually move the debate forward. So I think if we go with that in terms of the way forward, and respecting the views that have been expressed, we can summarise that in the basis for conclusions. But just to go back to, thank you very much to those members and TAs that were involved in that discussion, and also thank you everybody that's contributed to the discussion on this point this morning, and thank you to staff for what they've done and what they're going to be doing in terms of encapsulating where we've got to. Okay, so let's move on to the second area now.
Thank you, Ian. So the second issue on own operations and value chain. So again, summarizing what we heard, there was overall support for including operational model in that definition, but considering any clarifications in the AGs to sort of clarify operational model generally for the public sector. But there were a number of challenges raised around the part of the definition that talked about other than outcomes of public policy programs. And those stemmed from, concern for potential unintended consequences of having tail, or further clarity needed as to what this included or excluded if compliance with public policy programs could be considered an outcome. And so is that really actually in or out? And then sort of follow on to that is further clarifications needed on scope 3 for own operations, what's included, excluded, if you exclude the upstream policy-related activities, or including activities related to implementing or executing, if those are part of your public policy programs. So the proposal from the group coming out of yesterday's discussion was to remove this part of the definition other than public policy program outcomes, to avoid the confusion that it's raised, and rather than having it in the definition, provide that clarity around what it means, what is in own operations, or what the emissions are, and include that more elaborated to be more clear in the AGs and IEs. So what does that look like? So now the definition, there, bold at the top, own operations include all of the activities in an entity's operational model. And then in the AGs, we explain what those activities are in that operational model. So AG 1.3, public sector entities perform a broad range of activities in delivering services to the public. Examples of such activities include service delivery design, compliance enforcement, monitoring, evaluation, public policy program advice. And then AG 1.6, clarifies that the entity's responsibility for public policy program would still include their own activities in reporting on their own operations, while information about climate-related public policy programs and outcomes are reported in the in accordance with the Appendix 2 guidance. So this is in the wording. I'll update that sentence on the first sentence of AG 1.6 there to align with what we just talked about. So it's just those entities who have responsibility for climate-related public policy program outcomes that would have that exclusion or differentiation of what they're reporting in public policy programs. But they would say either designing or setting the policy, that would still be part of their own operations. So then further on scope 3 emissions, we had this AG 1.82 to explain and clarify what would be included, what that sort of exclusion was from Scope 3 emissions. So the first sentence previously was referring to the design, implementation, monitoring, and since we've removed that from the responsibility and how you may disclose about different areas of responsibility, now we've just focused on where an entity has responsibility for climate-related policy program outcomes. They're not required to include the effects of those programs on other entities and individuals in its Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions for its own operations. So in those cases where you will be reporting those Scope 3 climate-related public policy program emissions through the climate-related public policy program disclosures and those metrics, you don't need to include those other affected entities in your own operations disclosures. So you can separate those out. But if you are still, say, the implementer, you're still, installing those charging stations or converting your fleet of buses, you would still include those as part of your own activities. And so those own activities, own operations would be captured in your Scope 1, 2, 3, and similarly the related effects of those in your value chain. So other areas that we will look to is just checking if there's any other AGs that will be impacted, and then updating the various BCs around the discussions that we have as this has shifted. And then this additional point for us to think about clarifying about Scope 3 emissions. If you have own operations as for upstream designer, where does that fall if you're just mandated to comply? And then there's an IG that also is related to this that we would review. So with that, I'll turn over to Renee, if Renee wanted to add anything to that.
I think you did a really good job. The only thing I would add is the deletion of the exclusion in the definition of own. The first part of the sentence, I think it makes a lot of sense because the first part of the sentence we clarified now and linked it to the operational model, and in the operational model we don't it's not included in there, so we don't need to exclude now that we've clarified in the beginning of the sentence what the scope is of own operations. So I think now it's cleaner, it's more streamlined. That's all I would add.
Thanks, Renee. Any other comments from anybody in the group yesterday? Okay, can I open then for broader comments? Lynn, if you want to lead us off.
Yeah, I think I just want to make sure I've fully understood. So forgive me. Own operation. So we're now saying own operations is everything the entity does when I read that definition. I haven't got it then clear in my head about how that is intended to flow through the proposed ED and the proposed standard, because the standard itself uses own operations a lot when you go through there. So, and it uses it a lot when you talk about disclosures for governance of own operations and then disclosures for governance for public policy programs. So I'm now confused about when I hit a governance piece or a strategy disclosure requirements, is my own operations now everything and then a subset of that is public policy, or am I still needing to split out my own operations in some way when I get to those disclosures? So I guess I'm wanting clarification on that from the group, because the minute I have own operations as everything I do do we then, when we get into the standard, are you proposing that for strategy, I somehow distinguish between own activities and public policy? Or, yeah, I'm confused. I guess I'm confused.
Renee, you wanted to come in, and then I'll also just cross-check with Celine at that stage.
So Celine, do you want to first answer and then I can add?
So the own operations and public policy both fall through. They'll continue when you at your governance section. You'll have, these are the disclosure requirements, and then we have the separate AGs. But the lens that you look at, what you're talking about, is different. So in my own operations, I'm thinking about what are all the climate-related risks and opportunities to my own operations, to my continuing long-term fiscal sustainability, to continue my operations of all of my activities. What are the different physical or transition risks that will affect me and for me to continue to provide my services, to provide my policy function. And so that's the lens that you look at own operations. That's the S2 lens. And then within those pillars, you're also, if you have public policy programs, then you'll talk about how the focus of public policy programs is tell me about the public policy programs, their outcomes, the progress towards those outcomes. So it's, I would say, a different lens of, okay, I'm still reporting on both, but yeah, sorry, Lynn, go ahead.
Well, I just want to go to Renee, and then we'll go back to you, Lynn, at that stage. Renee?
Yes, so I like the way you're describing it, like using two lenses. And what I would add to that, the internal versus the external perspective. So in own operations, it's the entities, all of the entities' operations cutting across all its activities at the operational level. That's why we have D now, which is your own activities that are derived from your public policy program activities, right? So that's picked up in your own operation. So we haven't changed that over the last 48 hours. That's how it's been. So so this is the internal lens. What are my operations and what are the climate risks and opportunities that are impacting those operations? So if I'm a policy setter, it includes those activities that may be exposed to risks that are related to designing, managing, implementing a public policy program. That's the internal lens. That's like S2. On our public policy program disclosure side of the AD, it's more of the external perspective. So if we are responsible for a public policy program, what is the program? What's the expected outcome at that level? Irrespective of the fact that on the other side of the standard, I've already addressed my own operations disclosures. So I don't know if that helps. And I think what we've done in the past 24 hours hasn't changed that. I think we've clarified that. We tried to clarify that. That was the attempt.
Lynn, has it clarified it?
For me, I have to say no. When I look at then the core text of the standard and look at strategy, for example, it tells me to disclose climate-related risks and opportunities to my own operations, and then separately from my public policy program and their outcomes. But when I read this definition of own operations, I would argue my strategy would encompass my public policy programs because that's part of my own operations through this definition. And that's where I think we create confusion. And maybe actually we do want to disclose both, and maybe this new definition would drive me to do that. But how that flows through, I think could be really, really confusing, because it depends how I think. If my own operations includes all of my activities in my operating model, that will include how I strategize and how I govern my public policy programs by this definition. And yet when I go to those sections, it's asking me to separate out. So that, to my mind, creates that confusion. I think what we're really wanting, I guess the question is, do we want the entity at that very top level to split itself into two, or do we want to keep it as one for certain elements, and the only place we want to actually split it for two is Scope 3 emissions? I don't know, but this is not helping me, I don't think, from my own personal perspective. When you flow this through, if you use this definition, I think it will create confusion.
So I think you've raised the challenge there. What I'd like to do is just get input from other board members at this stage, and then I think I'll come back to you to say, has that, in terms of what's actually they've said or how they've explained it, has that helped? So I think Scott and Patricia, you were both part of that conversation. So if I can go to you first, Scott, and then to Patricia, and then I know, Lucifer, you've been waiting patiently, and Camira's put her flag up, so I'll go in that order. So Scott, Patricia, Lucifer, and then Camira.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to respond. Lynn, I viewed your question, this is as much clarity as anything else. I viewed your question as a geography question. Where was it? But to me, the conversation of whether it's own operation or policy is, that tells an entity where they are and what they need to include. Okay, how they include it, I think, is up to their judgment. And we actually say in there that you can integrate or you can show separately. And I think that will, to a large degree, will depend on how they're organized and how they operate. But we've said in the document that you could show those separately, or you could show those combined. I think we've given them the flexibility in the document to either show that separately, which is consistent with S1, by the way. That's an S1 concept we brought across. But back to your earlier intervention about why do we care as long as they disclose where they want to. I think this is going to be a judgment area where the entity will choose where they want to put it, whether they want to have one section on strategy that talks about own operations and the policy, or whether they want to split those in two. I think that'll be a call for them to make on how they want to do it. But that's why that's why I'm responding to your question more as a geography, where it is. May not interpreted that right, but that was the way what came to mind when you asked that question.
So Patricia?
Thank you. I think it's two different lanes, but two different way to aggregate the information. And when I consider the own operations, I consider the production of the output from the program, but I not consider the aggregation of the outputs in different entities to achieve the outcomes. In some cases, all the outputs for a program can be provided for the same entity, but in other cases not. But in the first case, when our outputs are provided for the entity, the way to analyze these information is different, because in own operations, I consider climate risks and opportunities for the fiscal sustainability. And I consider how the climate risks and opportunities can affect my fiscal sustainability. And I consider every activities relate or not with the programs. Because I have some activities not related to programs, and I consider our activities. When I consider the program, the type of information is another. Is the outcomes, the focus is on outcomes, and other types of risks and opportunities. The outcomes can be related to avoid some type of risks, for example. And then I think it's so different scope of information. And in the same way, I have information about the program in non-operations, yes, but different information. It's not the same information for the program, for the policy public program. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So just checking my understanding on what you said, because I think this is the really important thing that we're struggling with, is that if we have, let's say, 3 entities that are all contributing to delivery of the outcomes, each of those will have its own operations that they need to manage. It will have its own value chain and so on. So in the way that you've been describing it, actually they would have their inputs to those, their own activities, and they would have their outputs from those own activities. Those outputs would then contribute to the overall delivery of the outcome. And actually what we don't want to include in public policy programme disclosures is all the stuff to do with inputs and outputs and so on, that's own operations. It's the impact that they're contributing towards it's their contribution towards delivery of the outcomes that's what we want to capture. So I'm getting some nods around the table to that, sort of, you know, and this is a stylized representation. And it seems to me that what we're not getting at the moment is that sort of clarity over it's that last bit that essentially we want for the overall program, because that's actually what gives you the okay in terms of the overall program. This is what it was designed to achieve, and this is what it's actually achieving in terms of the desired outcomes. In colloquial terms, have I now lost people? Because I think there's a question of, are we actually understanding the same thing? And then the question is actually, are we explaining it correctly? Lynn, I'd just like to just get your thinking on, have I helped in terms of that summary or not? Because then I think it's about how we communicate that.
So I think if we are having to have long explanations to one another, then we have not got the drafting right. Because if we can't, as individuals around this table, understand it without additional explanation, then our constituents won't. In practical terms, if we are, to my mind, in practical terms, if we are saying own operations is everything the entity does, then where we have requirements in the drafting that says, disclose me your strategy for own operations and your strategy for climate-related programs, policy programs, we don't actually mean and. We could say including where relevant. Because if we're saying own operations is the umbrella of everything, it's not own operations and something else, it's own operations including. Now the rules of the including then, of what you include, we can go down one path. So maybe that might help, which is, Scott might say that's a geography point, but I think it's a more sort of larger point to my mind. Our own operations here and public policy here, or is own operations across everything, and therefore it includes this, and where you've got this activity of public policy, then that bit that you include here's the rules on how you do that. I think that might be a better way of saying it. Instead of creating a distinction that we struggle with the distinction, keep with this definition of own operations being everything, but then start using language of including rather than and on things like strategy and governance disclosures.
I'm just going to go back to staff at this stage because I think, Celine, did you want to say something or? Because I've now got more flags up.
There's some reactions to the proposal on including. I think just to share my thinking, I think that when the public policy program activities are part of your own operation. So that's included in your operations, but I think that it is two different lenses. It's internal and external. And the drafting and the requirements for each set are different requirements because we have a different lens. I think in terms of the inclusion or when we're saying, oh, if they're aligned, you can integrate and don't need to duplicate if you have the same governing body that is overseeing all of, including your operations. Maybe you are purely a policy shop, so you have one governing body, and you would integrate that, and you would not have to repeat your disclosures. Similarly, if your strategy is all about your sustainability of your policy, then yes, you can integrate them. But I think the lens is different. I would be hesitant to just say including and assume that own operations, is sort of the umbrella, the way it's written. But happy to take comments and hear other thoughts on how that works.
So I think we have to be very careful on this, and this is partly a language thing, but it's actually quite fundamental, because the difference in terms of this program is that delivery of the outcomes is going to depend on a lot of other entities and the decisions that they take and their own value chains. And what we've been trying to do, I think, is actually avoid the entity that designs the program and is monitoring the program actually having to put all of those disclosures, be responsible for all of those value chains. And that's what we're, so I think that's what we're wrestling with, how to express that. Clearly they've got their own things they're doing, which is their own operational model. They will make their decisions about how they source things and so on through their own value chain, and the organisation that is responsible overall for the outcomes is not mandating those. It's mandating, I want you to deliver this outcome or your contribution towards this outcome. So I think that's the challenge that we have, how to communicate that. And I do agree with you, Lynn, that actually if we can't be clear amongst ourselves, then we can't be clear for our constituents. So the feeling at the moment is that we haven't got there. I'm going to take another set of comments and quick comments if you can, because I know that Lucy and Camilla are waiting, but I just want to get the reactions from those who were in the discussion yesterday before I just take those two final comments. So Renee, then Scott, then Patricia, then Andrew.
My perspective is that I think the wording is there. In paragraph 11, for example, if we take strategy, so then we use strategy as an example. An entity's strategy in response to climate-related risks, so physical risks, transition risk, an entity's strategy as required to be disclosed in paragraph 11, it's a strategy to respond, for example, to a physical risk. So if I'm a pure policy shop, and I am My whole staff, my whole department is located on the coast of, in Vancouver, where there's huge flood risk. The risk that my own operations are exposed to is that I'm going to be losing my capacity to operate if there is a huge tsunami event. That is, to me, a climate-related risk. So as an entity, as an operating entity, I will want to respond to that risk, and I will want to develop a strategy to mitigate that risk. So maybe I'm going to move my staff somewhere else over the next 5 years. That's my strategy. I'm going to go inland. So that is paragraph 11. And the staff in the building, they're actually my policy research staff that are helping me develop my climate-related policy for the whole country. So here, the internal lens is irrespective of what my mandate is. I may be developing a public policy program, or I may be a border agent administering the border security, right? Which is an operational type entity. Irrespective, I need a strategy to manage the climate-related risks that my operations are exposed to. So that's strategy in paragraph 11. Now, if I turn the page and I go to strategy in paragraph 12. So I'm a public policy program. I have a responsibility to develop public policy because I'm Environment Canada. Irrespective of where I'm located, what is my strategy to bring Canada to a net zero state by 2050? That is a different strategy. What is my strategy as a policy setter? So I'm going to put all kinds of climate-related programs in place as the lead for the Government of Canada in the jurisdiction of Canada. So this is a very different strategy. So that lens that, Céline, you're talking about. So the first one is the internal lens. What are my strategy to manage climate risks on my operations? And then paragraph 12 is the external lens. What is my strategy to put in place public policy programs that are going to help my jurisdiction get to net zero? That's how I would tell my story. That's how I think paragraph 11 and 12, for example, just for strategy, I'm just taking one aspect of our standard. That's how I would expect an entity to tell its story on strategy if they have a dual role. So I think it's a one and the other, because they're at two different levels, from the internal perspective and the external perspective.
Thanks, Renee. I think that's very clear, and I think it's very helpful just anchoring us in paragraphs 11 and 12. Scott, then Andrew.
Yeah, and Lynn, thanks for your follow-up. I would argue it's not geography based on the way you define it, and consistent with Renee, I think they sit beside each other. I don't think policy sits under own operation. It's consistent with Renee's description.
Thanks, Scott. Andrew.
So I hear both sides of the argument, and I'm going to be a lecturer now. So if this is, to me, the scope of your own operations, and this is your PP, your own ops, I do see the argument to say that if I'm the Ministry for Environment, there could be public policy programs that I have that are so significant to me, they are part of my overall strategy as the ministry, so they do fall within my own operations. I do see the point, though, that there are certain disclosures, if you look towards what we've classified as the public policy program disclosures, both from a strategy governance, all the sections, I agree mainly on a metrics type section that are different to the own ops. And I think there could be an overlap. So if this is your own ops, PPPs, I don't think sit there. I think they sort of bridge this gap. Some part of the disclosures around the strategy around public policy programs would be in own ops and probably would be duplicated or similar to what we've got in the public policy program section. You don't need to then give both. So I can hear the point about it's including, but I think there are additional disclosures and that lens that others have spoken about with PPP. So I think they could be complementary disclosures in terms of this, and maybe it's just that point that we need to make.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. I'm quite taken with the diagram idea. I've just drawn a Venn diagram here. Right, I'm going to, Lucy and Camilla have been waiting very patiently, so I just want to hear their input, please. So Lucy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I think we have to revisit our discussion on operational model, because if we look at the definition now of operational model, it includes transforming inputs into outputs and outcomes. And it's specifically mentioned about public policy programs. So while we are taking out other than outcomes from public policy programs in the definition of own operation, I think we have to be clear that when it comes to climate-related public policy programs, the entity's disclosure on its own operation would only be should only be limited to the outputs of that particular climate-related policy program, and the outcomes of that climate-related public policy program will then be disclosed by the policy setter. But right now, because if you look at the definition of own operation, we said that it includes all the activities in an entity's operational model. Then if we go back to the definition of operational model, it includes the outputs and outcomes. So we have just to be clear that on the in the required disclosure, that when it comes to climate related public policy programs, the public sector entities reporting on own operation would not report on the outcomes of the program. My other comment is on the deletion of letter B in AG 1.3, information and education. I think we have to retain that, because even if an entity is just an implementer of public policy programs, this activity is very crucial, because it cannot, implementation would really depend on how the implementers are educated or are capacitated or are informed on the design and delivery of that program. So I suggest we retain that service. Letter B, information and education should not be deleted. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Camilla?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to mention, I fully support the modification to the definition. I think it's clear for me now. Also, if I go to the objective and the scope of the draft, I think it's clear. I do not see the problems with the distinction. So from the objective already, we are saying what we want to achieve, and the focus is, okay, own operations, and the other is the outcomes of the public policy programs. So the outcomes, and of course, if you are disclosing about those outcomes, you need to provide some general information about what were your objectives, are you achieving those outcomes. And in terms of the disclosures about the own operation, it includes everything. It includes also the programs that the entity deliver, because it's part of their day-to-day activities. So it's very clear how it is written, so in my opinion, already in the objective and the scope of this draft. So I fully support the proposition here. Thanks.
Thank you, Camilla. So if I can take Liang, Claudia, and then I'll go back to Lynn, and then we will break for coffee at that stage.
I have listened to all my colleagues' discussion, but I would suggest maybe we can go back to fundamental one. the definition of PPP outcome, it is quite clear that when we say PPP outcome, it refers to the impact to the outside. But when I go back to the current drafting, it appears to me that we may miss something, in particular in the strategy section, because such as we can see the paragraph 12C, it is said you should disclose the current and anticipate financial implication of PPP to the entity itself. But I recall when I read some previous version of the drafting, we did say that you should also disclose the impact, the financial impact to other entities related to the PPP. So I think maybe when we do some update, we may miss something. And also when I look at to the AG, the related AG 2.28 to AG 2.30, actually in this paragraph, such as AG 2.30, we did say we should consider various external factors, and we also mention the funding needed by other public sector entity and also investment needs of other public sector entities, such as for this. So I think this AG means the financial impact for outside, for other entity. But actually in the core text, we say this is the financial impact to the entity itself. I think maybe this is why we are so confused whether paragraph 12 also refer to the own operation. I think in addition to financial impact to the entity itself, we should also add requirement in the core text that you should disclose the outside impact of PPP to other entity and individual, such as this. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Claudia.
Thank you. First of all, René, thank you for explanation. What is the difference in the strategy? What it should be presented? That's what is in my mind. But would I agree with Lynn? But it's not actual in our draft. So we can't really see where it's the difference. And I have the same question like Lynn and Lisvi explains. Probably it's because we have this broad operational model, which makes this complex. If we had already all in it, including outcomes, all outcomes of our operational model, then I have a duplication, like Lynn explained. So for me, I understand where we want to go, but I believe we still not, at the end, we need some more clarification in our draft.
Thanks, Claudia. Lynn, and then we will take a break.
Yeah, similar to Claudia, and I'm not disagreeing with you, René, in terms of what you want the outcome of the disclosures to be. I'm supportive of what we're trying to do to get entities to disclose. However, back to sort of what Andrew was saying and what Claudia and Lucy and I said in the first place was, if we use this new definition, it doesn't get me to that outcome. And that's my issue, that we want own operations to drive the S1, S2 aligned disclosures. That definition doesn't get me there. And so when I came into this meeting with the exclusion of the outcomes of public policy programmes from own operations, I felt more comfortable with that being in because I had this distinction then about, I look at my entity as a whole, I decide what my public policy programme outcomes bit is, and I know my disclosure's there, and then the rest is what the private sector call own operations. The minute I take that bit out of own operations, I'm then confused. So the drafting is not getting me to the outcome. I am not disputing or disagreeing with the outcome of the disclosures that we're trying to achieve. I'm saying the drafting doesn't get me there.
Thank you, Lynn. I think that's a very clear statement of the challenge. So at that point, we will break for coffee for 20 minutes. So we'll come back at past. And apologies, I didn't give everybody the overall geography of what we were trying to do this morning in terms of the agenda. So apologies for that. So what the intention was that we were moving the natural resources discussion into the first session this afternoon, so that this morning we could discuss the results of the discussions yesterday, and also that we would have time for a section flip to pick up any remaining points from members on the document. So that's what we are aiming to do this morning. And then this afternoon, the intention is that in that first session, we move on to natural resources. So apologies for not making that clear, and apologies also for shifting the agenda around. But I think, inevitably, we're trying to, then what the intention would be is that by concluding the discussions for lunchtime, that gives staff a clear day in order to turn the drafting round and get us something back that members will then have the opportunity to review tomorrow afternoon in that session that is currently designated task force time. The idea is then that will give you time to review the updated drafting. So I hope that's clear, and apologies for not making that clarification earlier. So I think if we can take a break now and come back at past, please. Thanks.
Strictly Come Dancing or something.
Remember the whole discussions on the old.
I'm pretty sure I said.
So of course.
Yeah. 6:10, John, 6:10. 6:10. Yes.
Sorry for everyone.
It's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, so thanks for coming back, everyone. So I think staff at the moment are working on some alternative proposals as a result of discussion that and you know the various points that were made during that session, and I think it actually did, you know, there's shed some very helpful light on why we're having this challenge in terms of what this is about and, you know, how we communicate it. We need some more time for staff to be able to work up what came through the discussion over the coffee break. So where we're going to go now is to move on from that issue, and we will bring the revised proposal back immediately after lunch. So we're going to move on then to the discussion in the third area yesterday, and then what we will do is we will do the section by section walk through the document to pick up the final points on that. So I hope that's clear on process. Apologies, you know, obviously we're trying to work with making sure we pick up the discussions, we address the points and so on. With your forbearance in terms of flexing the agenda. If I can move on to the third issue, and that's Karen, you and Scott.
Okay. So yesterday we proposed using potential challenges for climate-related public policy programs, and there were two key takeaways from the comments that we received yesterday. The first one was that there was a disconnect and misalignment between the objectives of climate-related disclosures in relation to climate-related public policy programs. So whether the objectives are focused on the outcomes of a program or whether it is focused on the potential challenges to the achievement of the outcomes of the program. So that's specifically, I think, in the strategy and the risk management sections. And the second issue was that managing these challenges to the achievement of the intended outcomes is actually a part of the entity's overall risk management process, and the entity should have already assessed these challenges during policy development as a part of their usual process. So the recommendations, I worked with Scott yesterday, was first to improve the alignment on the objectives of the disclosures in relation to public policy programs, and then second was to clarify that these challenges to achieving the intended outcomes is in many cases a part of the entity's risk management process, and also to clarify how these challenges might look from the perspective of the different pillars, particularly in respect to strategy and also to risk and outcome management. And so this was for the first takeaway from yesterday's comments, and we proposed revisions to improve the alignment on the objectives for climate-related public policy programs. So these two paragraphs 10 and paragraph 13, these are the two respective leading paragraphs to the strategy section and also to the risk and outcome management section. So we'll for the strategy section, we'll take away the tail for that introductory paragraph, and for risk management, and we wanted it to align with 13A for own operations, which we think will also help clarify that it should be a part of the entity's broader risk management process. So this, hopefully this will clarify that the objectives for both of these pillars in particular are broader than just the outcomes or just the challenges to achieving the outcomes alone. So, and we think that there's enough within the core text and the AG to explain that these objectives are on both the challenges and on the outcomes as well. And then moving on to the next key takeaway from the comments received yesterday. So for this, the potential challenges is really pervasive throughout the drafting. So it is in a few of the sections. So we'll first acknowledge that the management of these challenges is in many cases inclusive within the entity's risk management process. So we'll integrate that logic throughout the pillars. But then even though these challenges give rise to risks and could be internal, but for clarity, we'll stick to using challenges for policy programs, and we'll use risk management for the entity's entire process managing that, because it's usually a well-established function within the entity. And in many cases, they have the role of managing the challenges towards the achievement of the outcomes too. So for example, for one day, they could be managing the risks for the entity itself, and the other day they could be looking at the risks looking at the challenges in achieving the outcomes. So it's under the same risk management process, but then the also looking at how the entity should have assessed these challenges during policy development, and how they should be prepared to manage other risks that arise when implementing that policy program. So that's such as how they manage challenges in financing, implementation, and coordination that come up. So for strategy, we'll have some minor changes. How it will be the strategy for managing anticipated challenges, and then moving on to outcomes, it will be the management of both anticipated and any unanticipated challenges that may arise in the policy implementation process. And then for metrics and targets, we will ask also for disclosures on metrics that measure the progress towards its achievement of the intended outcomes. So telling us what are your metrics on your goal, your targets for your policy programs, what have you achieved so far, and what were your challenges in achieving these. So I would just like to note that we actually try to make these changes in the actual drafting, and these were actually just minor changes in a text, but they do appear quite often because there's potential challenges to policy programs, and they're quite pervasive throughout the drafting. So yeah, we'll suggest making these revisions whenever we mention potential challenges. So just clarifying that there are there's anticipated challenges in policy development, and there's unanticipated ones that may arise, and the entity needs to manage these unanticipated challenges that arise. And so these are some of the consequential changes that will happen because of this change. These are mostly just minor updates. So in the core text for both for all strategy, outcome management, and for metrics and targets, there will need to be changes on to differentiate between anticipated challenges and also incorporating the unanticipated challenges that may arise in implementing that policy program. And also that will happen in AG2 as well to reflect that change. And then in addition, the BCs will clarify that managing these challenges is, in many cases, a part of the entity's risk management process. And that will also explain the logic behind why we expect that there will be unanticipated challenges that arise during the implementation of the policy. I'll pass it over to Scott for any other comments or.
Sorry, just before you start, Scott, in terms of navigating through this, obviously I'll take your input at this stage, and then what I want to do is go back to the start of those slides, and I want to walk through slide by slide so that we understand the build-up of this argument, and to get that. Scott, just if you can come in, and then I want to go back to that first slide that you showed, Karen.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the feedback. It was very helpful. A team of 2 yesterday, between Karen and I and Dave sitting in, keeping us honest, went through this yesterday, so thank you. It was very helpful. The 2 major takeaways that we took was there was confusion about, are they responsible for managing the challenges or managing the outcomes? Okay, we heard that very clear. So it's very clear now in the wording changes that we have here that we're focusing on the outcomes. Other comment that came back was, it seemed like some of the challenges should be part of the normal risk management process. So we acknowledge that. Having that conversation, though, it got us to realize there's actually 2 types of challenges, and that's why the anticipated versus anticipated came up when Karen and I were talking about it, because they have the ones you think about when you're designing the program, but you also have the ones that come up when you're implementing it. And so we broke those in half, because the first half that was really talking about anticipated should be part of the risk management. Those are the type of things you're going to describe that you're going to be planning the program around. But when you evaluate the outcome, you need to talk about those things you didn't anticipate. And so that's why I don't think split them, but we created 2 categories in which, so when you are giving an evaluation, how did you achieve your outcomes? Where are you relative to that? This is where you're also not only talk about what you thought was going to happen, you need to talk about what happened that you didn't anticipate. And so that's why we had to make that delineation, which does require a lot of individual edits, but it's just edits throughout because of the way that we did with that. The other thing that we did is we realized when we went through this, we really didn't have a paragraph that required them to report outcomes. So you will now see actually a paragraph that actually talks about making sure they're very clear what their targets are, what their outcomes are towards those targets, and about, again, how did they achieve those? What was the anticipated and unanticipated challenges with that? So I think we're very clear on that. If you read the previous wording, it was more talking about the targets, but not really about the outcomes. So again, we heard very strongly from you. You wanted to focus on outcomes. I believe we've done that in what we've done, and we've made it very clear how the challenges are integrated in part of the process. So that was, I think, our driving thoughts as we were going through the direction you gave us.
Okay, thanks for that, Scott. So I think maybe if you just go to the next slide, Karen. Sorry, maybe another one. That one. No, back, that one. I think that's a useful point to start in terms of collecting input from board members. So if we just take reactions to that clarification on 10 and also on paragraph 13 within that context. So Patricia, lead us off, please.
Thank you. I agree with the general approach, but I think it's need to link to with the previous issues in terms of the how to present the objective, because in the paper before, in the issues before, or in some suggestion about the draft, we have used climate-related policy programs outcomes. It's only to connect better the issues. But in general, I agree. I need to realize in the draft, I need to draft to analyze better, but in general, I agree with you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Liang.
I'm quite confused that why we delete their outcome here, because actually in the objective paragraph, we say that we should, if an entity has responsibility for PPP, the outcome should be disclosed. If we delete the outcome here, actually this is a section about strategy. So the whole section about strategy will have no any disclosure requirement about outcome. Then I can see that the only section about disclosure about outcome is the outcome management. But if we do not disclose the outcome, meaning the impact to the outside, what's the purpose that we disclose outcome management? So I think we should still keep the outcome here. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. So I guess the question is actually, if we keep that, does that do any violence to what you are actually talking?
Not really. It was the challenge we had. We kept on trying to edit challenges and outcomes all in that sentence, and it got way too wordy. And so we went with the philosophy, less was better than more. This isn't a strategy section. If you look at A before it, it talks about risk and opportunity zone operations, which is sort of broad. So we thought we could get away with broad here because there's more detail later, but it doesn't hurt. If you want to leave it in, it really doesn't distract from what we did. We were just trying to be less was more.
Okay, I mean, I'm sensing that members would be more comfortable to keep that for the reasons that Liang has outlined. So I think if, that, and in many respects, actually, this is sort of expectation setting because this is our additional guidance. So I think that's helpful if we can keep it in for that reason. Okay, so we just keep as was. We don't go with that deletion in 10. Can I just take comments then on the proposed addition to 13? Scott.
I didn't say that earlier, but Mike, this was in your response to your comment about those objectives not being aligned, and we think we have done that. That was the whole intent of that, is to align A and B, and so we just followed the same wording. That was just, if you were looking at, that's really what we did.
Mike, then Claudia.
Yeah, just confirming that that I'm happy with the change. It's better or clearer differentiate between on operations and the area policy activities. Thank you.
Claudia.
I'm wondering if we should add in the additional and the new drafting also and their outcomes, because the subtitle of the whole section called risk and outcome management. And if we have no outcome management in the paragraph 13 anymore, then it seems a little bit odd. Maybe, I hope it wouldn't be undetected consequences, but that helps probably to be in line.
Thanks, Claudia, for that suggestion. I'll take Patricia and Camira, and then we'll see where we've got to.
Paragraph 13 is about the process to identify, assess, prioritize, and monitor something in relation to the programs. In this case, it is anticipate challenges. I think it need to be redrafted, the paragraph B. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Patricia. Camira?
Thanks, Chair. I think we should keep the focus on outcomes. I would, in paragraph 13, I would prefer the original drafting, actually. It was more clear and more consistent with the objectives and the scope. So, and in paragraph 10, I also will stress the outcomes part. So even if we could also avoid talking about the climate-related public policy programs in general, but focus on the outcomes, because the public policy already could be covered in the own operations of the entity, just to be consistent with how we started our ED. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Camilla. So I think just summarising where we got to, I think we're clear that we want to focus on outcomes, and therefore we need to keep, if you like, the drafting needs to keep focusing on those outcomes. But then I think we've also had the point about the fact that we've brought in this term challenges, which are in relation to the, delivery of the or achievement of the outcomes. So I think we need to just we need the reference into outcomes because that's what we're trying to actually ensure are achieved, and we need to bring in challenges somewhere in that descriptor. So I don't think it's actually changing the meaning of what you've got, but I think it's actually just tying it together better, which I think is the sense of what we're looking for. Karen?
Yeah, so just to be clear, it will be a much longer objective sentence where we'll probably.
No, we're not on the object. I think we're on 30, the addition in 13.
That's the whole objective. So we'll probably. Oh, sorry. That's a part. That will be a part of the objective of climate-related disclosures of risk and outcome management. So that will probably include, I'll say outcomes and then also potential challenges, unanticipated and unanticipated challenges.
Yeah, I think let's not wordsmith this here. I think you've got the sense of what members are looking for. Scott, and then I'm going to move us on.
Just wanted to explain why we went with risk management here, and so I'd be interested in getting a response to this. As we thought about it, we didn't believe that an organization would have a separate outcome management process, that the outcome management is part of their risk management process. So that was why we went that way. You say no, but I would say.
Well, I think we have to allow for. In some cases, this may be managed through the entity's own risk management process, but in some cases, as this may be a cross-government program and they may have their own governance around it, then you would actually manage those challenges separately. So I think we have to allow for both, frankly, and it also comes back to the other discussion that we were having, that some of this is what's managed through own operations, but if you're looking at the overall outcomes, some of that might be done slightly separately. So it's just actually we just have to be inclusive in how we draft it.
So just to confirm, I'm here in risk management and outcome. You okay if the dual or just replace? At times I'm looking for. I know it's wordsmith.
I don't want to wordsmith it anymore, but I just wanted to make that comment that I don't think you can necessarily make the assumption here about the structures that will be used for delivering this, and therefore we need to be inclusive. Lynn?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my esteemed neighbour here. That's why he put his flag down. If we went back to the previous wording, but then maybe add from including onto the previous wording. So go back to what we had before, and then where you've got including, you may or may not wish to add that after what we had before. But my esteemed colleague next to me was going to suggest going back to what we had before.
Thanks, Lynn. So, I think we've heard the comments that members have put in. I think that's actually just something where, if you wouldn't mind just working with Scott and Karen to incorporate what we've heard from members. Fabienne, you want to come in? I do not want to wordsmith this anymore. I think we've had enough discussion on it, but Fabienne.
Just in relation to your earlier debate, I was wondering whether overall overall risk management process was a good addition, just because if it's two different lenses, then it wouldn't be overall.
I think the trouble is that part of this may be what the entity itself is doing in terms of managing its own operations, but then the reality is some of these are cross-government programs and they will have separate governance for that reason. And therefore, what we're trying to do is actually encompass both, and that wouldn't be overall governance for a department. It might, so that's where it makes it tricky to write an international standard, because you're just trying to cover a lot of different bases. Renee?
Yes, thank you. I just want to pipe in here. I am also leaning towards keeping B, the original wording in B. I think all that maybe was the intention here was this reference to entities' overall risk management process is just repeating what's already in A. So under IFRS S2, the way that S2 was written for own operations is that it wants the entity to disclose its climate-related risks and opportunities on its own operations, including how it's integrated into the entity's risk management process. Integration of climate risks into the entity's strategy, governance, risk frameworks is huge. That's a huge concept. That's a basic fundamental principle of IFRS S2. And it is depicted here in 13A, right? So in B, when I read B, you seem to have repeated the same concept. Is that, but to me, I would want to start B with potential challenges, because we tried to distinguish challenges on a public policy program outcome versus risks and opportunities on operations, right? So if you read the beginning of 13, when you go into B needs to be about the risk on the program outcomes, which we're now defining as potential challenge. And then how managing those potential challenges are incorporated into the overall risk management program. It's the same principle from IFRS S2 in A that we're trying to apply to B. So that added wording is simply to remain consistent and align with S2. If that is the intention, then that to me is simple. But I would agree with other members that I would like B to read more like the original wording, because what we're managing here, it's not a program. This is about managing the risk on the program. Here we're saying challenges because we wanted a different terminology.
So what I'm hearing is we keep the original drafting in B, and you just switch the order of what we've actually got, because you say it's the potential challenges to the achievement of the intended outcomes of climate-related public policy programs, including whether and how those processes are integrated into the entity's overall risk management processes. We okay with that? Good. Okay, thanks. Move us on then.
So are there any comments on this? Yeah. So we're proposing having the split in unanticipated and unanticipated challenges between strategy and outcomes.
Patricia.
In the draft, I think we have a point to consider here, because in accordance with the draft, the entity shall present information about gas emission. And not necessarily, probably yes, but not necessarily, gas emission is the outcome expected by the entity. And I think you need to consider the paragraph about metrics. I can, okay, there are a paragraph I can indicate after what is paragraph that require the entity to present information about gas emission. Gas emission can be, or may be or not, the outcome intended by the program. I think we need to review this.
So Patricia,
And now considering all of the part of the disclosure requirements. Thank you.
so Patricia, if I can just check, you're not objecting to the insertion of the concept that you need to consider both anticipated and unanticipated, but you have concerns that there will need to be some changes to the drafting in terms of the metrics to reflect that.
It's because the draft defined that one of the metrics is gas emission, and the gas emission may not be the intended outcomes. This is the, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so if you can just discuss that piece of drafting then in the context of metrics to make sure that's aligned with that diagram, that would be helpful. Any other concerns then from members on this proposal? Good, okay. So I think we're fine. So we've, agreed that we will leave 10 with outcomes in there in the reference. We've agreed the flipping of the drafting there, and there's the point that Patricia's made in terms of needing to pick up that, how it's reflected in metrics, consequential of that. Okay, now, is there anything else we need to cover on that? Because obviously, as you say, it flows through. So I don't think we need to discuss the other slides, do we?
No, we've tried working through it and it flows through.
Okay. Good. Okay. So that was the work that was done yesterday in terms of. Oh, sorry, Lucy.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My comment is on the metrics and targets, the yellow, the proposed changes. I think we have to be specific that it should also include targets. And I suggest that we delete on progress because the targets on progress is quite confusing to me. So I suggest that we use metrics and targets towards the achievement of intended outcomes. Thank you.
I think if you have some proposed drafting, let staff have a look at it. I'm quite nervous about, I think what we've tried to do here is not to be specific here because we recognise that there are a whole plethora of different types of schemes and so on, and this is an evolving area. So I would be very nervous about tying this down too tightly at this stage. So I think let's have a look at what you're proposing and see the sense of it. But I don't think at this stage we should tie down very tightly. Okay? So now I think we move into the section by section. And Ross, are you okay to sort of lead us through that? And then that allows staff to pick up comments and me to try and make sure I pick up all the flags as we go through. And so in terms of the document that we are on, so I need to get my one open. So we are on 5.3.1, yeah? Okay, Ross, so.
Thanks. So opening up the document, we're going to go section by section. So the start of the document from objective, which is page 7 of the PDF. Actually, page 9 of the PDF. page 9 of the PDF. Then moving to scope, same page that runs through page 10.
Yeah, Liang.
My point is related to objective paragraph 2B. I see here we delete something. We say the outcome that could reasonably be attributed to blah, blah. But I think here we still need to put back the words we delete here, which is expected. I think the logical is reasonable, the people reasonable expected the outcome, which is attributable to PPP. So I would suggest that we still put expected here. Thank you.
I'm just wondering how consistent that was with that previous discussion that we've just had, because we've got essentially, you know, that it's a dynamic process that we're reporting on, and you've got anticipated and unanticipated. And I just wonder about the inclusion of expected there, because that would seem to conflict with that, which I suspect is why that's actually been withdrawn. Ross?
Oh, maybe I can add that it was to align with how we talk about reasonably attributable outcomes. So there's intended outcomes and there's also reasonably attributable outcomes, but you want something to encompass those.
Liang?
But I think this expected is linked with the reasonable expected. That means to the entity, to the reporting entity, reasonable expected, blah, blah, but not related to the outcome, the intended outcome. So I recall we discussed last time, we delete intended outcome, but not this one.
I think, I mean, certainly I understand the point that you're making now. Celine?
I don't know if it's the way I interpret it too, but we removed intended out of the discussion last time. So when we talk about outcomes, we're talking about intended or unintended. So when I'm thinking expected, that's generally what your intending outcomes would be. So I felt attributed was broader, anything that it still has to be reasonable, but it's reasonably attributable, whether it's intended or not.
I mean, I can see there's a variety of views on this, and I think the question is, Liang, you know, can you live with it as is? Yeah, okay, thanks.
So back to scope that runs through paragraph 6.
Patricia?
I would like only to check the process, because some discussions not reflect in this document. I'm very lost here.
Ross?
Yeah, so this purpose of going. Okay, I think my microphone's on. So the purpose of this is just to go through the document one last time, identify any additional concerns. The points we've agreed today and we're finalizing, when we go through the document, we'll clean it up consistently throughout the document. So Obviously, the points we've discussed this morning haven't been flown through this version, but if there's other little pieces that stick out as issues that don't relate to these three big issues, then we're looking to flag those to make sure staff going forward from this flip has all the points to go through. So when we bring you back a document tomorrow, we've hopefully addressed all of the major concerns, if any. So if there aren't additional concerns to the three things we've already talked about, you don't have to keep raising each point when you do. Unless you just want to flag, please look at this, it relates to the definition discussion we had or something like that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
So back into definitions, paragraph 7.
Oh, Murray.
Yes, thank you. Previously mentioned about the definition of the operational model. And from my point of view, the confusion is comes from the phrasing of system of transforming input through and outcomes. So that my proposal is to delete the of transforming input through to the outcome, and so the model is an entity system that aims to fulfill the entity's objectives, and the complementary explanation or application guideline and supplemented. It is desirable. And one more question about the scope 3, the 10 and 11 and 13, there is a word of sold products, and sold is appropriate in the public entities. It's a very basic question. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. Can we pick your points up on that sold in terms of scope 3? I'll ask staff to respond separately on that, the appropriate point. On the definition, that is a definition that comes through from S2. And so all we've done is actually change business to operational model. And in terms of the application of the guidance at this stage, I think in principle we should not change that. There may be something in terms of the application guidance that would help in terms of an explanation. So if you wanted to propose some drafting there, that would help you. But at this, in principle, this is the line bit, so we can't change that. We're only just changing that one word. I think, I'm not sure whether it's worth picking up the scope 3 point at the moment. I think I might rather pick that up at an appropriate point later. Lynn.
I was slightly hesitant to raise my flag, but I do wonder, and maybe it's something that we could ask Scott to look at. Do we think it would be helpful to have a definition of public policy programme challenges? Because people might interpret challenge differently. Challenge in implementing is different to challenge in achieving the intended outcomes. So I thought we may want to take a conscious decision as to whether or not it would be helpful or not to have a definition of challenges.
Can I suggest, Lynn, I understand what you're saying. Can we do that through application guidance at this stage? And then make sure we've asked a question in a way that prompts people to think about challenges. And if they then want a definition, then we go to that. But at this stage, I'd rather not go for a definition. That's okay. So I think the instruction would be to make sure we've got the right drafting in AGs. And I think that's back to you, Scott. And that we've also referred to that in BCs, and then in finalising we have a space in the SMCs that allows people to comment on that. That's okay. So any further comments then on definitions? Patricia.
In relation to internal carbon price, was included the public policy programs in the definition. For me, it's not clear how the internal carbon price can be used or is a tool in the context of the public policy programs. My suggestion is to review if we retain or not this modification, because the definition was modified. Thank you.
So on that, I think the question is, do we need to include it specifically in the definition, or could we actually operationalize it through application guidance? And I think actually that would be better if we actually gave AG on that rather than actually so that we have exactly the definition that's in S2.
I think it's the internal carbon price is applicable among the entities in the same value chain. It's clear how I use internal carbon price in the context of own operations. When I include the internal carbon price in the context of public policy programs, it's not so clear. If you retain here, I agree, need to have application guides about this. Yeah.
So I think my proposal to address what you say, because I agree with you, is that we remove that addition from the definition so that it becomes entirely aligned with S2. And then we add something in AG that picks up that point, that it would then be about how this is operationalized entity by entity. That might well also come into the design of the program, but essentially it's operationalized at entity level, if that's okay. Lucy wanted to come in.
Thank you, Chair. My comment is on the definition of public policy programs, because I think now that when we say set of interventions, that it's too general. But when we refer to program, we really refer to set of projects that are mandated by a public sector entity to achieve a larger goal. So I would like to that we reconsider revising the definition of public policy programs. And then in the AG, we can specify that those climate-related, that those projects, set of related projects, would then include a set of related activities to achieve that larger goal. I think we don't have in the present definition, we are silent on the objective of that program, the goal of that program. So I suggest that we redefine or revise the definition of public policy program and do away with the generic term of interventions. Thank you. So,
Lucy, I think we need to keep the definition as is. The interventions are very is deliberately a broad approach because, for example, regulation, it encompasses taxation, it encompasses grant programs and so on. I think we can reflect the fact that that may be operationalized through particular projects and so on. AG so I think the instruction is in the definition at this stage. Next, and then to Renee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeing some short definition like policy, leadership risk, accountability, coordination, and delivery risk. I'm wondering why we didn't put them in the cortex, in definition in the cortex.
I think some of this is actually. Of
brings us to the end of court. Application guidance, own operations. On page 21.
Renee.
Sorry, I was 25, right? Page 25. And so AG 1.4, we give an example there. So the point about AG 1.4 is to talk about potential overlap, right? The complexity in the programs and the activities. And we give as an example, such as buildings and energy. When I read that, I didn't find it was very effective. I was left on my appetite, like to find more useful examples. So I kind of just circled that thinking, can we try to convey here that we're trying to, the overlap we're trying to talk about? I think it's overlap between, well, those types of activities that are listed in a prior paragraph. So for example, overlap between a program, a public policy program, and maybe other operational, like service delivery. So anyway, it's just food for thought.
I'm wondering whether we actually need that paragraph. So I would suggest we just delete it. Okay, so it's gone.
And actually, I had a second question about AG 1.6. To me, the critical point we're trying to make here starts at sentence 2. So I was wondering if we need the first sentence. Like, it doesn't really add a whole lot. I think it diverts from the key message.
Thanks, Renee. So we delete the first sentence. Okay.
And I have another one. Well, I'm at AG 1.8, so I don't know if I'm now probably on page 26. So 1.8, so we say in the second sentence, long-term fiscal sustainability includes an entity's continued ability to fulfill its objectives, including to meet its service commitments. So we're covering services. And I was thinking and adding, and if applicable, its public policy program outcomes. Like again, to demonstrate that it's covering off, the activities are covering off both.
Can we reflect on that one, Renee? I'm not sure it's quite right there, but I think we just need to reflect on whether we've got the drafting in AG2. There might be some bigger implications to adding that in there. So if we can log that one and have a look at it and see how it's dealt with in AG2, and then we'll amend or not, but we log the point, okay?
So then just for consistency, put a placeholder on 1.7 as well, because 1.7, you added it there, including service delivery and responsibilities for public policy program.
Okay.
So continuing through AG1, that takes us to the top of page 22 as we continue through AG 1.9 to 1.16. Page 23, which brings us to the start of the governance AGs. Top of page 24, the strategy AGs. Takes us through page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32.
Liang.
My point is related to AG 1.58. I see this is some new paragraph or some revision in this paragraph. I think maybe in a more technical way to state this is to say such as the projection should be based on current policy assumption, unless evidence supports that other assumption will be more relevant, such as you have a new policy or the current policy will, such as will terminate. Maybe we can.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry to cut you off there, Liang. Yeah, agree, can see what you're saying, and I think that's consistent with RPG 1 as well. So if you can pass that drafting over to staff to make that change.
So that takes us into page 33. At the bottom of 33, we start the risk management section. Into page 34, start the metrics and targets section. Into page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. Page 42. That brings us to the end of Appendix A1. Now we're in Appendix A2, Application Guidance, Climate-Related Public Policy Programs. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. 47. 48. 49.
Liang.
My point is related to AG 2.28. The last sentence, this includes qualitative information, blah, blah. But I think this may be not sufficient because such as we have PPP and to reduce emissions, but maybe such as we may have transition risk that the entity who applied this policy may have to dispose some current plan and so in addition to this financial information that should be disclosed. Maybe also need to disclose such as the investment and the disposal plan. So this is consistent with the AG 1.36. So I would suggest that we look at this AG and to make a similar requirement.
Thanks, Liang. Yes, I can see the point you're making. So if you can help us with some suggested drafting, that would be much appreciated. Lynn.
So my comment is on AG 2.30. So we're in a section here about the financial implications of climate-related policy programs. And when I looked at 2.30C, I wondered if I actually had a climate-related policy program there, I might be picking up a liability because I'm last resort, but that's not an intentional policy intervention aimed at addressing climate. So I questioned 2.30C because that felt a reactive thing that I needed to do, not a positive policy intervention. So maybe delete that one. Yeah, sorry, or it might confuse what is in scope of public policy programs.
Thanks, Lynn. Yeah, I can see the point you're making on that one. I think probably what staff were trying to do was reflect the fact that it come up in board discussions. So can I just ask staff to, so the proposal is that we delete AG 2.30C. Can I just ask then, so I think that's agreed. Can you just then have a look at, because I'm sure it is covered elsewhere in BC's, the discussion, but if we can just make sure it is. Celine?
Yeah. I guess it may be reactive, but I guess we wanted to encompass because it could be also anticipated costs if you're thinking about general financial implications to the risks. Maybe I think that's where the thinking was coming from, but I do see how it could be unclear if that's your policy intervention, if that's a public policy program. Yeah.
So I worry that we are then driving entities to think, what are all the possible liabilities that I might have to pick up if due to climate change that are outside of my control and I don't know them yet. It felt very broad if we keep that in. And I didn't think that was our intention to ask people to go and search out for every possible liability I might have.
Yeah, I think that's right, because that's really getting into indirect rather than direct. So I think that's right that we should delete that. But that's where I think we just need to, that's, if you like, that's a good example of why we're talking about, outcomes and, direct impacts. So I think that's potentially where the discussion actually belongs, so that it logs that, but we delete that text there. Okay. Was it Patricia first and then Renee, or Renee first?
Well, I wanted to react to this proposal to delete C. If I look at where 30C belongs, it's under financial implications of climate-related public policy programs. So it's in the scenario where there is already a program. So like a government or an entity has already potential, like a guarantee program in place. They've already made that policy choice to put some sort of a guarantee of last resort in place. And now here it's disclosing the financial implications of that program. So I read it differently. I didn't read it the other way around. I read it, if that is an example of a program, that would be an example of a financial implication of of such a program. But
I think the point is that those are indirect rather than direct. And so it may be helpful to actually underline that it's actually the direct financial implications and then to remove part C. And I think that comes into the discussion in the BCs about, what are the outcomes that we're reporting on in terms of, so if we can reflect it, but reflect it in that way. Okay, Patricia?
Yes, thank you. My question is broadened because I understand that yesterday Liang made some comments about to retain the financial implication of climate-related public policy programs. When I consider the structure of the draft, I need to consider is the governance, strategy, outcome management, and target metrics. And the financial implication is related to own operations, or how the risks and opportunities can affect the fiscal sustainability. For me, it's not clear how to include, or for me, in my based on my analysis in relation to the draft, the financial can be a challenge. And it only you appear if you'll be considered by the entity if the financial or financing or the increase of the cost or some like this become a challenge to achieve the outcomes. I think need to better articulation. The element of financial is one of kind of variables that I consider as a challenge to achieve the outcomes. Thank you.
So you're saying it's in the wrong place here, Patricia? I mean, it could potentially be part of the strategy. I think that's the point.
Yeah, I think going back to this general financial implications, I think we've shifted it in the last couple meetings because there was sort of confusion. We had previously tried to align it with S2, but S2 is really about, the impacts on your own financial statements. So what does it mean for public policy programs? What information do we really want about financial implications? Is it about the effect on the entity's own financial statements, or was it broader? We had broadened it to just focus on the financial implications. As Liang mentioned yesterday, we had it more broadly. We changed 30. 30 was about, all of the potential financial implications. There could be all these other external factors. And then there was a comment back to say, that's too broad. That's too difficult to capture all of the financial implications to other entities. So it should be back to the entity itself. So that's why in the core text, we changed that financial implications to the entity itself. And so AG 230, we talked about, you would still have to consider other external factors. So all of those other external costs to other entities, the funding you may have to provide, you'll have to think about that. And ultimately what we want you to disclose is talk about the financial costs, your incurred, anticipated costs, funding needed, unfunded amounts, income or fees related to the programs, and that's what this financial implications section is about, rather than the financial challenges. So I think financial challenges, financing being a challenge to success is a different, that would be part of your other outcomes management risks that you have. But these are just the financial implications. So even to Liang, your earlier point, I want to clarify, because you're saying, do we start bringing in the the risk to the financial costs, the investment disposal, disposal of assets that might be related. That's mirroring S2, but that's going back to your own financial statements and bridging the impacts on your own financial statements, which I think would be covered under own operations unless you're trying to bring in the disposal of investments of other entities.
I want to resist going down a rabbit hole here because I think I can see that, how you finance a program and where you put the balance of cost is part of the strategy for actually delivery. But then I think Patricia makes a valid point that actually, what happens as you go along will also be one of the challenges. And I think we need to actually, essentially, so there's a strategizing part, how am I going to fund it, all that kind of thing. And then actually one of the challenges is actually if I'm charging fees, for example, the level of fees may not recover the costs, etc. So I think we need to make sure that it's clearly addressed under both of those headings. And I think the way that it's done at the moment doesn't actually help because you've got challenges in under strategy. And that, that's probably where it's muddying the waters because the main heading is strategy for climate-related public policy programs. And then if I come down, you've got potential challenges under strategy. So we just need to make sure that we've got the headings follow each other and the financial side sits both in strategy and in challenges. Liang.
Thanks, Chair. I understand the concern, but I think if we only stick to the financial implication of the entity itself, this may be far away from our previous decisions that in addition to the entity's own risk and opportunity, we should also, the reporting entity should also report the outcome. I suppose we agree this is outside outcome for the PPP. I fully understand that the practical challenge to collect the information, in particular financial information of the entity or individual, other entity and other individual that relate to the PPP. But I think we have a general requirement in our standard that you should collect information without undue cost or effort. So when we apply this general requirement, actually, if you say it is mission impossible for me to collect information, that's fine. It is not necessary for you to collect information because we have a general requirement. So I still think we should add the requirement that it is necessary for you to disclose the outside outcome. Thank you.
Can we come back to this one when we have the discussion after lunch? Because I think it does connect in with the discussion that we were having earlier where we want to bring back some drafting afterwards. So if we can come back to that. Ross, just finish off this section.
Yes, so we're getting close to the end. We're going through the end of page 49 and then into page 50. 51, and the top of 52 brings us to the end of this section.
Liang.
I see that last paragraph, AG 2.41, and we say that if you not possible to report on annual basis, then I see the sentence here is say certain metrics may be updated less than annually. I think the logical is if you cannot do it annually, certainly you cannot do less than annually. So, or this is, should be, maybe you can collect information more than annually.
Yes, it might be just more than 12 months. You have more than 12 months, right? That's what, maybe I've written it backwards. It's not telling you to do it semi-annually, like do it, yeah.
Can I just challenge whether we need this paragraph? Liang?
Said, actually, we have a general requirement that without undue cost or effort. So if we delete this, I think it is okay.
Okay. That's good. So we are now at the lunch break. So we break for an hour, then we'll come back and complete the walkthrough, and we will also come back and have the discussion about the issue that we were dealing with on the definition prior to the coffee break. Okay, have a good break, everyone.
Yes,
Oh, no,
voilà,
okay.
okay, perfect.
Test, 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 test. I don't want to get bigger.
No? Ah, no, Lars. It has disconnected you
Oh,
from here, probably because
yeah, okay, then I should quickly go.
yeah, okay. And so now what we want to see is,
Test, 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 test.
so does it change anything?
One, two. One.
standard setting is not a linear process. It very definitely requires a lot of debate and discussion, and actually trying to run an agenda and actually allow time for that is actually quite tricky. I think we're very much we've got a much better understanding of this issue now. So what we're going to do is we're going to complete the page flip that we were doing before the lunch break, and then we will come back and we will sort of just articulate the choice that we think the board has based on the discussion about the definition of own operations versus public policy outcomes. So in terms of appendices B and C, obviously that's bringing in material from both the conceptual framework and the S1. We'd really just like to take comments by exception on those two, and then we will go through the BCs on a page flip. So Ross.
So I'll just pause to see if there are any, I'll say substantive fatal flaws on Appendix B and C before we go to the basis.
Claudia.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's substantive, but I have already informed yesterday Celine and Karen, and it's C36 and 42. Both are drafted that belongs to a BC. It says something like, in developing the standard, the IPSASB had considered the materiality of something. And both of these paragraphs have to go to a BC in my mind.
Thanks, Claudia. Good spot. Agreed.
So moving on to the BCs that start on page 78. Moving to page 79. Page 80. '81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86.
Yep, Liang.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit too late. My question is about BC 12, paragraph 12. We say here that using IPSASB process for reviewing and adapting ISB document, but actually S1 and S2 is not ISB document. So I think we cannot say using. Maybe we can say such as make reference or something like that.
I think we can still use the word using, because actually the process is the process, but we're actually applying it to the IPSASB's material. So we just need to get the wording right on that, Ross.
We could just preface this by saying applying the process that we follow for ISB documents, and then reference the document. Let us look at some.
Yeah, okay. So I think we would want the link in there. So we need the title, because it is actually a title of a document. And then we just need to reflect the point that Liang's making, which is that we're applying it to a different set of literature, but the overall process is still the one that we've gone through. Okay, thanks. Mary.
Yes, thank you. My comment is about BC 46. It is a so important paragraph, and the diagram is well delineated. However, it relates to the AG 2.8 and AG 2.9, and so maybe the diagram should be improved to add some maybe accountability. AG 2.8D, accountability for the consequence of not achieving the outcomes. And so the responsibility, the range of the responsibility is so broad, and so the maybe as shown in IH 2.8A registration, and so the responsibility is so clearly depicted and added to the diagram. Thank you.
So I think we agreed we were moving the diagram that's going to go into IG or IE. And I think that may help you, Mary. So it moves it out of the basis for conclusions. And remind me, where was it going, Celine?
So we'll be moving it to the IEs. We'll work on the IEs as we talked about, but we'll be moving it to the IEs from discussed this morning.
So hopefully, Mary, that will deal with the sort of conflict that you're seeing there. Okay, Liang?
My point comes from BC paragraph 36. The first sentence, we say, as a result of PPP, because we have decided that we should exclude both the upstream and downstream. So I would suggest here we not use as a result of, but such as say related to, then including blah, blah, blah.
Okay, that seems reasonable.
So I think we pick back up starting on page 87.
Liang?
Paragraph BC 48, the last sentence, we say the IPSASB could not provide guidance such as blah, blah, blah. I would say, suggest we do not say in this way. This is not because we have no ability or have no competency to provide guidance. Instead, because this is a very judgmental area, so we will have the entity to determine based on their facts, and in addition, we provide some IG and IE to support their judgment.
Thanks, Yang. I think you're right, much more positive way of doing it. So if you can work with staff just to get that right. Thanks.
So into page 88.
Murray.
Yes, just a minor comment about the BC 59. It mentioned about the detailed national risk assessment document in National Risk Register. And National Risk Register, the wording is based on the UK's practice, and so maybe something added to the interpretation and as explanation should be required. Thank you.
I'm wondering whether actually it's just easier to say that many countries have established national and transition adaptation plans, full stop. Therefore, the IPSASB decided these can be critical, because I think what I wouldn't want to do is just actually be too detailed at this stage. So Okay, so full stop after adaptation plans, and then therefore. Yeah, but I think we're just trying to tie it down to details, and that's Mari's point. I think that at this stage, I would rather just be generic and leave the dots in place rather than drawing the lines. So that's what I think we need to do here. Okay.
Page 89. 90. 91. 92.
Yep, Liang.
Sorry, I'm a bit late. Regarding to BC 70, actually, I see here we write education, but I just wonder whether the IPSASB industry guidance does touch education. I just have a look of the appendix of the IS2, but I cannot search, find out education. Maybe staff can search again whether it does include education industry. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I think we're fine with that reference. So if we can, yeah.
Another point in this page, BC 17.4, the second sentence, and concluded that this approach could be inconsistent with the IPSASB. I would suggest to state this in another way. This is not because inconsistent with S2, but instead, if we still use this term, may be misunderstood as this is the risk and opportunity are that of the reporting entity itself. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Page 91. 92. 93. 94. 95.
Liang.
I see here we have two paragraph copied from S2 or S1 or S2. But I think maybe it is not necessary for us to stay in our BC because the overall approach is to be aligned with S1 and S2. So here maybe we can simply say we make reference to IPSASB and also those disclosed uncertainties such as this is also the requirement of the current IPSASB1. So in this way, maybe we can improve these two paragraphs.
Thanks, Yang. Yeah, if you can pass that suggestion over, that'd be good.
So that takes us to page 96 that finishes the BCs. Then into implementation guidance, page 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108. Takes us to the end of the document.
Great, okay. So if anybody has drafting points remaining that they haven't passed to staff, please can you get them to staff ASAP. In terms of updating the document for the decisions and the instructions that we've had so far this meeting, staff will prioritise changes to core and application guidance, because that's really what we're voting on. Next in order of priority would be basis for conclusions, because that's non-authoritative. So in focusing on the vote, we will be voting on the updated core and application guidance. And the plan is that staff will, after we've had the discussion on the next point, they will go away, they will work on updating the document. We will see that back with the changes in markup, and that will be available for board members to review in the session tomorrow afternoon that is advertised as task force meetings. So that will be how we will use that slot there. So it gives everybody plenty of time to actually work their way through. And then we will pick up comments by exception on Friday morning before we come to a vote. Is that okay, everybody, in terms of the process that we're going to go through? Now, in terms of, just before we get into the discussion on the last item, of course, the other priority that we have at this meeting is the approval of the exposure draft on natural resources. And we are running slightly behind time in terms of time allocation. What I'm proposing to do is that we will, once we've concluded our debate on the remaining item on the definition of own operations, that we will move on to the review of the material in terms of natural resources. But recognising that we need the time for this, then I am proposing that we will carry on after the break in plenary session this afternoon, so that we can use that time. We don't need it for task forces at this stage, but we do need the time in plenary to discuss natural resources. So I just want to check everybody's clear that that's the proposal for using the time, making the best use of our time.
Okay, so as I alluded to, we have a blue circle in the center of this slide, and it's referring to an entity's own operations. And paragraph 11 right now, and that's the paragraph we'll ultimately come back to, defines what own operations are. When you're disclosing on own operations, you disclose the risks and opportunities related to the activities associated with the entity's own operations. Now, this particular public sector entity is also responsible for public policy program outcomes. And what we're trying to illustrate here is with the green circle, those are the outcomes associated with the public policy program. And what you can see is that there's obviously overlap between the public sector entities' activities and the public policy program outcomes. In addition, you'll see that goes back to our other circle diagram where we have households, private corporations, not-for-profit institutions, and public sector entities. Each of those entities have their own operations, and the greenhouse gas emissions by each of those individual entities to some extent overlap with the public policy program objectives, and that's why you see the overlap between all those little circles. Now,
can we just pause on that, Dave? I just want to check that everybody's clear in terms of what the diagram is actually showing there. Okay.
focusing back on the top left again, so the public sector entity, the big blue circle, when you're disclosing on your own operations, again, you're disclosing the risks and opportunities associated with those activities. When you're disclosing in the big green circle, it's the outcomes related to the public policy programs. What we were trying to accomplish with paragraph 11 was, while there is overlap between the blue circle and the green circle, we're trying to highlight by excluding public policy program outcomes, we're trying to exclude the green overlap in that circle while maintaining the blue overlap in that circle.
So one of the things that we do have to acknowledge in this is that because we've got that overlap, what you might end up doing is disclosing some of your outcomes which relate to delivery of that public policy program as part of your own operations, and you might end up disclosing those same outcomes when you aggregate all of those various different outcomes from other entities and your own in terms of the overall public policy program. And that, you know, that's just inherent in this. So there will be an overlap, and, you know, we can certainly be clear about whether you disclose that in one as part of your own operations or whether you're including it in public policy programs. But essentially, there will always be an overlap here. And that's one of the keys that I think we're struggling with, which is actually where does that overlap get reported and how are we transparent about it if it's material? Renee?
I can try to build on what you said. So I don't believe that there's I guess what I would add is that it's different information that overlap. So for the entity's activities, it's the physical and transitional climate-related risks that are impacting the entity's operations. So that would be all of the entity's operations, all of its activities, even the activities that are managing a public policy program. So that would be your strategy to manage. So paragraph 11 is on strategy. 11 and 12 are on strategy. So 11 is about an entity's own operations and the risks and opportunities impacting those operations. So we're thinking about all operations of that entity. Paragraph 12 is about an entity's public policy program. So it's disclosing what the entity has in terms of programs that are creating outcomes for society, the environment, and the economy, right? Those broader outcomes that are outside, that are the external perspective that the entity is dealing with as a policy setter. So the disclosure in paragraph 12 is about what is your program, what are the risks you're addressing, what are the outcome you're expecting. Eventually, I think later in the disclosure requirement, we ask about what are the cost of your program, you know, what are you expecting this program is going to cost in the future? So when you report on costs, for example, this is where you would gather those operational costs, right, that are in your operations. So while we say they're overlap, it's two different stories we're telling at two different levels. One is the internal perspective, the other one is the external perspective when an entity has a dual role.
Thanks, Renee. Patricia?
Microphone.
His rationale is to, the objective is to refine the definition of on operations or not?
Can we I want to check that people are happy that there is this overlap and that we're all on the same page in terms of there is this overlap, because then the question is what we actually do with that, how we actually address the handling of that overlap. But I just want to check that we're all on the same page in terms of we understand this diagram, and then we'll get to the choice that we actually face.
Okay. The overlap exists. The question is how to treat the overlap. In my opinion, when I considering the on operations, I need to consider our outputs, our activities, our outputs, regardless of the contribute or not for a program. Because, for example, if I considering the activities, not only the activities not related to a program, and I will show, for example, some performance in relation to gas emission that it's not true because I have this considering or not considering some part of the emission by the entity. And then in my mind, there is the overlap, there is, but in the draft, we should not to exclude the outputs related to some programs or activities that produce some outputs that have some influence in the programs to, for example, measure the gas emission. This is my point here.
So can I just check the understanding then, Patricia? So if we're just focusing on the entity in that large blue circle, you're saying that you want to disclose all of the information in relation to that blue circle. Okay, that's helpful. So this is where I just want to get input from members, and then we'll get to the choice that faces us. So if I can then go to Jonah, and then I'll go to Liang.
Yeah, I think the diagram is quite helpful. If you look now to the blue circle that is small, whether my understanding is right, is that they'll be disclosing information on operations. And because of that overlap, they'll be also disclosing on outputs. Is that the understanding?
So this is where you go back into the definition of the operational model, in that every entity will have inputs, outputs, and outcomes in its own operations. So the focus would be that the organization needs to disclose those as part of the normal disclosures on its own operations, even although some of the outcomes are relevant in terms of delivery of the overall public policy programme. So I think, yeah. Dave, did you want to come in before I go to Liang?
I would just say in the context of the diagram, if you're disclosing your own operations, you're disclosing the entire blue circle. If you're disclosing outcomes, you're disclosing the entire green circle.
Liang?
Actually, I think we agree there is some overlap in the blue cycle and the green cycle. And I think our approach is to avoid double accounting. So to me, this is quite simple and straightforward. Either we put into the green one, either we put into the blue one. So provided that we state it clear that we as a board, we understand fully there are some overlap and we now choose go to the blue one or the green one. Both ways should be workable to me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Liang. I mean, there is another way, which is actually to say, here's what's in the green circle, here's what's in the blue circle. Of that, this is in both circles.
I mean, we can just say we choose to put into the green one. So you should exclude it from the blue one, or on the other hand.
Dave?
So this is my interpretation, but this will be for the board to decide. I like the way Renee used the word stories. I use lenses. I think you have, again, I'll go back to the entire blue circle would be one set of disclosures, and then you'd have some of the same disclosures that overlap in the outcomes, but it's a different lens. They're not the same, it's not the same reporting. It's a different story that you're telling. But that's my interpretation. That's for the board to decide.
Now, from the point of view of the point you're making, Liang, we don't have to, the important thing from an accountability point of view is that if there is an overlap between the two, if it's material, then it is disclosed. So it doesn't necessarily, in the way that, you know, the definitions work, it doesn't we don't necessarily need to define it as it's here or it's here. In terms of these stories, it can be in both places, but we just need to be accountable then for that the option is you need to be accountable for the overlap if it's material. So you're clear in that. Because this isn't a consolidation here.
Yeah, so if I have to choose
Sorry.
which one may be better for us to tell the whole story, and I will choose this part go to the green one.
Okay, that's helpful. Now, in that exchange, I've seen a whole range of flags go up. So I'll go to Abdullah first, then I will go to Mike and Hervé Adrien because they haven't intervened yet, and then I'll come back to Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. And I like to look at it from lenses, but that would be the story of the operations of the public sector. I don't want to complicate this. If we complicate this, then we won't have an end to this story. But looking at it from, for example, Ministry of HR would be looking into controlling the wage bill. They still have employees. They will have to report into something in the public sector or the outcome for the public policy program, and they have to report in their operations. I don't see any difference in this story. So in this example, we have to look at it from two lenses. It might be cases where we have overlap. Sometimes might be cases we cannot delineate between the overlap in there. So I would suggest to go into it from lenses, simplify it, then we will have something for jurisdiction to have their interpretation into it and have their ways to implement it. Thank you.
Okay, so can I go to Mike and then Adrian?
So thank you, Chair, and thank you for that new diagram. Two observations. The first one is that we make sure with the title, let's say that outcome box, that is all about the outcomes which are stemming from the public sector entity on the left and on the top side. So not avoid the impression that all the other ones which have an overlap to the household, private corporation and so on, that they would be required to report based on paragraph 12. So to make that clear. And the second one, I'm not so sure whether it makes sense to, let's say, link the wording own operations to households and so on to the other entities, because the standard is about public sector entities, and therefore I would just focus on the public sector, the small public sector entities in the small circle.
Thanks, Mike. Adrian?
Thank you, Chair. I've just been thinking of an example that would help me clarify the understanding on paragraph 11 and 12. Let's take the example of a public entity which is responsible for designing and monitoring a public policy program. The entity premises are located on a riverbank that is prone to flooding. So when the entity reports on their own operations, it will report on the risks and opportunities related to the possibility of disrupting its activities by flooding, and also, as it currently would do, on the use of cloud computers, cloud servers, and the effects on climate change, etc., etc. But the public policy program is also applicable to this entity as a public entity, and then it will report on the way the entity faces the challenges of this policy program as an entity to which the program is applicable as to every public entity. Is that clearer?
Yeah, I think that's understood. That's the point, that it will have, the programs will have an impact on that entity in the way it operates and its decisions and so on. So therefore, it will need to actually address that. That's the environment in which it operates. Okay, Patricia?
Okay, thank you. One additional thought. I have a double accounting if I have the same metric. If we don't have the same metric and I exclude activity that contribute for the outcomes, I accounting in non-operations or in the outcomes. And then I need to think about this because the metric may be different too. How to exclude some parts, I think it's, in my opinion, it's a whole blue, whole green. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Claudia, you wanted to come in, and then I will summarise the choices that I think we face. There are basically three options that we have. Claudia.
Thank you. Just for clarification, when I did now follow my colleagues, do we plan to report on the value chains of any outcome in the blue circle under this sector 3, or what to call it, scope 3 scheme? That's what I didn't understand so far. It seems, I think that's the misunderstood by a few of us, maybe, because we talk in the green, we talk about outcomes, in talking what it's the outcomes, what's the gas emission, and in the blue we are talking only activities and we don't touch the outcomes there.
Sorry, Claudia, just to cut you off at the end there. So the point is that in the blue circle, in all of those blue circles, whichever entity we're focusing on, each of those entities have their own inputs, outputs, and outcomes. And the value chain basically is therefore applicable to each entity in terms of its own activities. So they have to think about their own scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 in terms of how they deliver their operations, what their operational model actually is. And then the point is that in the reporting on the program is each of those individual entities has its own choices to make. What we're saying is we're aiming for you to have this impact, this effect in terms of, let's say, reducing your greenhouse gases by 10% or whatever because of this program. How you do that, that's your value chain, that's your own operational, that's up to you. What we, in terms of the overall success of the program, want to evaluate is, have you actually reduced your greenhouse gases by 10% or 8% or 12%? That's what, and in drawing that together for all the individual entities, that's what we want to report on, the overall success of that overall program. Not on the way in which each individual entity has actually done it. Does that answer your question?
For me, it's fully clear the green. I'm struggling with the blue. If it's really an overlapping, or it's maybe in the strategies might be an overlapping, but not in the metrics.
There will be an overlap because you as an organisation, this is back to Hervé Adrian's example, you as an organisation will be impacted by that programme. Therefore, part of your outcomes will be impacted by the programme. That's the overlap there. That's why there could be, that's why there is an overlap, because if I say all public sector entities have to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. That's not just all the other organisations, that's me as well. But how I do that is up to me through my own operating model, through my own value chain. And what we're trying to make clear is that the other organisations have their own value chains. I'm not responsible for those. They make their decisions. So can I just check, are we satisfied that there is an overlap here? Because that's crucial before we actually decide what we're going to do with that. So, Claudia, are you still in, or are you? So what I want to do now is focus on the choice, Celine. Right, we have choices as to basically, does that overlap get reported in both circles, in the blue and the green, or are we going to define this in a way that it's out of either the blue or out of the green? So if you reported it in both, then you would have to be clear about what the extent of that overlap actually is and disclose that. We can discuss the hows and how you do that. But what I want to do is actually just test whether board members are, there's two options firstly, and then there's a variant of one option, which is, the first option is, I report the relevant outcomes under both blue and green, and I disclose the degree of double counting. The second option is that I exclude that double counting from either my green circle or my blue circle. Now, the reason for the second of the two variants on that is because if members want to exclude the overlap in the definition of either the blue or the green circle, then there's a second question, which is, which one do you want to exclude it from? So what I want to do is therefore take the decision, firstly, do we allow the overlap to exist, i.e. we report all the blue, all the green, and we disclose the overlap? Or do you want to take that out and define either the blue or the green to exclude the overlap? Andrew.
Sorry, I just want to make clear on the first option where we put it in both and the double counting. I'm struggling to see where that double counting takes place. I think the disclosures are complementary to one another. And so if you've got a strategy on a public policy program and it happens to fall within the blue and the green, you provide that disclosure once. But I'm not sure that that's double counting and therefore there'd be disclosures around this is the double counting or something. I just wanted to clarify that.
I would agree with Andrew. I wouldn't call this double counting. I think they're reporting two pieces of information that might be related, but they're different disclosures. We have different disclosures in the own operations part of the standard and different disclosures in the public policy program disclosure. And it's different lenses on those disclosures as well. Yeah, so I think we have to get the right word. I would be very, very uncomfortable using double counting.
We'll call it overlap then.
Fine, that's better than double counting.
But I think the point remains, do we have the stories that are complete for both the blue and the green, or are we trying to define it out of one or other of them? That's the choice. So I think with that, as long as members are happy that there are those, that's what we're voting on at the moment. I basically want a show of hands. Option one is it's part of my blue and part of my green. We disclose the overlap or whatever. Option two is we define it out of either the blue or the green. Okay. So can I have a show of hands, those in favour of option one?
I can't see loose fee online, but I've got 14 in the room, so we've got a majority for option one.
Okay, so I think that's helpful, and therefore I think in moving forward, what does that then mean in terms of the drafting? Well, it means then that actually the proposal that own operations does not, that we take the tail off out of that own operations, i.e. what was proposed following yesterday or following the discussions, that goes forward. Now we need to explain this in the AGs clearly, but that's what the logic is of option one. Lynn.
So I don't jump to that being the logic of option one. I think we need to define the blue and the green, and it doesn't matter that they overlap, but I don't think that necessarily leads to a particular definition of own operations. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. I'm not saying it very eloquently. I don't think it necessarily means that particular definition is the best definition. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I'm not sure where we go on that, because the own operations, telling the own operations, i.e. the blue circle as complete, means that you don't take out outcomes in relation to the programme. So therefore, actually, the proposal in terms of we have own operations, we don't have that tail in terms of outcomes, that's what that decision actually means. So we, basically we have that, we have our definition of public policy programs, and then we're clear about what the overlap is. Patricia.
Could you confirm the definition you be as
Sorry, staff, can you just put the definition back up, please?
So while we're waiting for the definition to come up, if you go to agenda item 5.3.1, and you go to the definitions in paragraph 7, we're talking about the own operations definition, and the proposal this morning from the working group from last evening was to remove the tail from the definition and have a full stop after operational model. So it would read, own operations include all of the activities in an entity's operational model, full stop. Now you can see it on the slide.
So I think we will need to explain the discussion that we've just had, and that may well include the fact that actually, that's where the Venn diagram, if we just focus and let's not have all the other entities involved in it, clearly that could create some confusion, but we will need to explain that in the basis for conclusions. I think we also somewhere need to address this point about overlap, but that's probably better addressed in public policy programs as an additional requirement there, so that what this does is this aligns the own operations disclosures with the IPSASB guidance. Renee.
I would like to propose that one approach that staff could take is to review the existing AGs. So starting at AG 1.3, 1.45, 1.6 is critical. I think 1.6 explains conceptually the principle here that we're trying to clarify. So maybe we need to further elaborate on 1.6. And then there's some trickling into 1.7, 1.8, and maybe the others too. So these are the AGs that are linked to own operations. That's I think there is a starting point there that I think we should build on. We shouldn't forget that there's already good guidance that we can build on.
Thanks, Renee. Mari.
Yes, I agreed with option 1, and the assumption is based on all the public entity has input, output, outcomes. However, the age 1.3, there is nothing. It should be related to the inputs, output, outcomes. Maybe it should be mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. Renee, are you back on that?
Yes, and it's partly to also answer Claudia's question about scope 3. AG 1.82 is also very critical. This is where in the scope 3 disclosure for own operations of an entity, this is where we exclude from the scope 3 the part of the value chain that relates to the outcome of climate-related public policy program, right? So 1.82 is where we're bringing in this exclusion at the GHG scope 3 emissions level. So that's another one that's critical, and I'm suggesting it may help answer one of Claudia's question earlier.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. I think the other thing we just need to think about is the placement as to whether that's actually in the right place there or whether it actually goes in AG2, because in many respects it may be easier to actually deal with those kind of incremental things in, in the under the public policy programs part. But let's see, or they may need to work together. But that's useful to have those flags. Okay, Noyati.
Thank you. Actually, I echoing what Adrian said about the overlap, because actually in our government, based on the each ministry have their own legal boundary, that maybe the environment can say, okay, we reduce the thing, but they don't have the legal rights to make a program about transportation. So they have to extend that policy to the Ministry of Transport, and they have to come up with a public policy program. So there is an overlap between the environment and also the transport. So I think the best is option 1 for me. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I think in clearly there are some consistency issues in terms of what we've got within the text as it sits at the moment, and we do need to explicitly address that overlap, and there needs to be a requirement to disclose that overlap, let's call it that, if that's material, and I'd suggest that that needs to go in the AG2, because that's the additional stuff that we're doing for public policy programs. So let's put that there. So we will need to see, this will need to be worked through, obviously, by staff over the next day in terms of getting that clarity and also explaining that's how we're approaching it together with the Venn diagram. Okay, so I think that's probably got us through the decisions that we need to take, and also the picked up the additional drafting points. And I think that's probably where we complete the session on climate-related disclosures for today. As mentioned before, then members will get the opportunity to see the updated material, with the focus being on authoritative material, because that's what we're going to vote on. So that will come back to you for review during the last part of tomorrow afternoon. In terms of the schedule for today, we've now got a brief break when we're going to be looking, when we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the conceptual framework. So that will go ahead, and then we will reconvene in here, please, after that, and then we will move into discussion of natural resources. Okay, so we have the conceptual framework, celebration now, and the break for that, and then we will come back in here at 3:30. And Edwin finally gets to take centre stage. Thanks, everyone. Okay, everyone. Thanks for coming back promptly. So now, as advertised, we will finally, and Edwin's been waiting very patiently, we will finally start natural resources. So I think without further ado, Edwin, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Ian. So we're going to cover 3 papers today. One is really just walking through the changes to the exposure draft based on instructions and decisions from July. One is quickly walking through the IGs and IEs by exception. And then the last paper is on approval of the ED. But first, I'll go through a few changes in the ED. So before I actually get into the paper, though, we did receive a number of comments from members. One of them related to the definition of tangible natural resources, which we added in July after the June meeting. And the feedback we got was that if we were to define tangible natural resources in one definition, it's very dense and it's hard to translate for non-English countries. So what we did is we essentially split that definition apart. And first we're defining natural resources as shown on the slide, which is, so this definition is the same as what was presented in June and prior meetings. And essentially we're just saying it's a naturally occurring item and it embodies service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits or both. Then we're layering on what a tangible natural resource is, and all we're saying is that it's a natural resource with physical substance. So before I move on, I just want to pause there and see if I get any comments from board members on this change.
Adrian?
Edwin knows why I want to make a point here. I think it's not necessary to add that tangible natural resources are natural resources with a physical substance. Just because if we go down this way, we'll have to add definitions to each and every definitions we have. Tangible is not a concept like simple, complex, or whatever. It's a percept, as is it called. It is something that self-defines. There is no ambiguity on the term tangible, well, usually. So I don't agree that we add that. It doesn't add anything to the definition, and even more, it's redundant, I would say.
So just checking back then on that, Adrian, following on, are you saying that you would be happy, so if we took the tangible natural resource, that you'd be happy with that general description, which was the one that we had, the general definition, which was the one that we had up until June? Because the change that we had in June was, of course, the fact that we were explicit for the first time that the standard only covers tangible natural resources. But then in that approach, tangible essentially just qualifies a natural resource.
Now, if we had changed the naming of the standard to applicable to British natural resources, you would have the need to explain what British means.
A very big philosophical debate there, I think. So I think that was why staff actually, although, back to your point, yes, I think as accountants we kind of understand this, but that was why, in a sense what this is saying is we had a general definition of natural resources, and what we've done is actually then to say we're just talking about a subset of those, which was why, although it may seem relatively minimal, that additional definition just provides the equivalent of British national resources or whatever. Edwin.
So the other thing I should bring up is that when we look to the TNFD framework, their version of natural resources, they call them environmental assets. They don't make a distinction between tangible and intangible. So by having a general natural resource definition, we're mapping closer to those frameworks. And the other thing is, talking to Renee over the weekend, if we have a separate or explicit definition of tangible natural resources, it almost makes it easier if we ever decide to have guidance on intangible natural resource. We already have something set up so we can go fill in that gap. So that's another reason why we propose this change.
So recognizing the point that you make, Vijay, are we okay if we make this change to just split it out for those reasons? Okay, good. Move us on.
Okay, so we also got some comments on how we're scoping the ED. So I'm going to walk through the way that the staff has envisioned how the ED is scoped now, and then also the two alternatives that we've come up with. I'm not saying that these are alternative views, I'm just socializing the other potential approaches and to get the board's thoughts on them. So the first slide here is how the ED is scoped right now. So we're defining tangible natural resources in a very broad way, and then we're essentially saying some of these tangible natural resources already fall into the scope of another IPSAS. So it could be PP&E, it could be inventory, et cetera. And then if you're not in the scope of these existing IPSAS, then you look to this ED. And in the ED, we say one example of items that could fall into scope is conservation or natural resources held for conservation. But we haven't really decided as a board whether there are items that could be used for other potential uses that are outside the scope of existing IPSAS. So that's where the leftmost box is coming from. And we actually do have an SMC explicitly asking constituents if they can come up with any of these other potential uses. And in terms of disclosure, so we have specific disclosures proposed in the ED for tangible natural resources, but we also say that if you want to, or if an entity wants to, you can have disclosures from the existing IPSAS being pulled in and grouped together with the disclosures on tangible natural resources as proposed. So this is how the exposure draft is currently drafted. Okay? The next potential approach is, so we received a comment that there are no other uses, and really the exposure draft should just focus on natural resources or tangible natural resources held for conservation. So under this approach, you wouldn't really need to define natural resources broadly, because you would just say this ED is about tangible natural resources held for conservation. It's very specific on how they're used, and the disclosures are extremely specific about, just the items that are held for conservation. And now the third potential approach is we also received a comment that we should really go back and reopen the definition and define tangible natural resources so that if an item meets the definition of a tangible natural resource, it would not be within the scope of existing IPSAS. And under this approach, if you do fall into the scope of this ED, you wouldn't even have to consider the other IPSAS, and you would just look to the ED and apply the accounting and disclosures from there. So as I said, the ED is drafted based on the first picture. So I'll pause here and see if there are comments on what we've proposed.
Thanks, Edwin. And I think, these are all legitimate views. And in a sense, actually, they've, the fact that there are these potential differences in views has been one of the underlying factors why we've kind of gone backwards and forwards on various different things, because, we haven't really, been clear about the fact that there are these underlying tensions, I think. And it's actually as we've actually got to trying to settle the drafting that you become clear about, oh, okay, that's why we're having a problem with these sorts of things. And, in many respects, this is, we've had a lot of debate through the CP and then through implementing the comments to arrive at this stage. And therefore, I suspect that in the way that we've still got sort of differences of view amongst the board, there will be differences of view that constituents will have in this area. And so tactically as a board, I think we have a need to actually get constituents' input to where we've got to. And I think, let's be clear, I think we have really advanced this considerably because we've now moved from general discussions in a consultation paper to a draft standard. We've developed a lot of thinking. We've had a lot of discussion in going through that process. We've also developed implementation guidance, implementation examples in such a way that we can now put flesh on the bones to what we originally heard. And tactically as a board, in terms of going out to put proposals out to our constituents, where we've landed is actually, regardless of what you think about those arguments, actually tactically, it is always better as a standard setter to go out broad. And then if you hear, support for, we want to narrow it in either of the ways, or even maybe another way, that's the best way to do it, because then we can explain the thinking, we can explain the tensions, and we can ask the right SMCs, which will help give us the feedback that we need in order to be able to finalise this, however we finalise it, along either of those three lines. But it is going to be really important that we expose the draft guidance and that we get input at this stage. Because likely further, we could say, right, okay, we're going to spend another year going round and round and round the same issues. We're not going to get to anywhere different. So I think, this now comes down to a tactical handling issue in terms of how do we actually get this out there? How do we highlight the issues that we see, and how do we actually get input from our stakeholders? And certainly in thinking about these strategic issues, which we're going to discuss in a moment, we need to make sure that they are fully articulated in the basis for conclusions, and that we have asked the right specific matters for comment to get us the feedback. If we don't do that, then we're going to end up in a situation that we're still having the same discussions because we don't have the right evidence. So, with that, I think tactically going broad allows us the options in terms of finalisation, without having to go through a further round of exposure, and it allows us to elicit the comments from our stakeholders. At that point, I will open it up for discussion and input from board members. David, I think you were marginally ahead of Andrew.
Well, thank you, Ian. Board members might find this difficult to believe, but Ian and I have not discussed this beforehand. But I was when I was hovering to put my flag up while Ian was speaking, because my own view is that we should go broad as drafted, because if we get, as Ian has said, if we get feedback that says we don't need it, we can drop it and we don't need to re-expose. If we drop it now, and then we get the feedback that it's needed, we run the danger of having to go through it all again and re-expose. So I think it's, as Ian says, tactically, it's a better way of doing it. Also, I know there's some views that there are no other uses for some of these natural resources. Until we get the feedback, we don't necessarily know. Some stakeholders may come back and say, well, there are these other things that are held for uses other than the right-hand box or for conservation. And I'd rather hear the views of stakeholders more broadly before we make any decisions on a final standard. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Andrew, then Patricia, then Claudia.
So I understand the tactics and the logic of going out with the broader exposure that covers the others as well. I think just to log that I am not convinced there is anything other in there, and that there is a real risk in terms of appropriate financial reporting that potentially comes if we don't narrow this down to conservation. If we don't know what the other is, we don't know what the correct measurement and recognition, for example, should be around that. Just in terms of, I think, view 2 or view 3, I don't want to steal Patricia's thunder, but I think the two of us have had a bit of a chat around that. And I think there is a way we can see that you sort of put those together into one view, that when we do go out to stakeholders, they're also not presented with multiple alternative views, and it's sort of, this is the broader ED and this is the alternative, which is narrower and can incorporate both, just to make it easier, I think, for constituents and for us to analyse responses thereafter.
Thanks, Andrew. And I think you're right in terms of, we've had this a number of times before where, there's a very genuine and reasonable difference of views within the board, and actually, in terms of tactically, we've actually, whilst we need a majority, at least 12 board members to vote in favour of issue, we've done that in the knowledge that there would be an alternative view. So therefore, prominence is given to the views in that. And, sometimes those views in the alternative view have won the day. There's a very good example in the conceptual framework where we do have a measurement objective, which the ISB does not have in its framework, and that was as a result of an alternative view that was expressed. So, I think it's a very legitimate approach, providing, we can actually support that with the right ways of getting evidence from our constituents. So reflecting those, the different approaches within the BCs, and also making sure that there are specific matters for comment that actually allow us to collect those, information about those, because I think that's critical. Ultimately we need to meet our stakeholders' needs in this respect, and getting that broader information in terms of both the approach and also is there anything else that sits in that left-hand box. It's going to be crucial. So Patricia, and then Claudia.
Thank you. I'd like to explain my view. For me, what justify have the separate standard is because I have an item with different characteristics, and consequently, if this item is approaching this standard, it's not another standard. I can have a house, and a house can be an inventory, can be a PP&E, can be a investment property. And in the same way, if I have a tree can be a natural resource, can be agricultural, biological asset, it can be something. And in this sense, yesterday I have a long night to think about how to connect these with the conceptual framework. In accordance with the conceptual framework, asset is a resource, and resource is a right to aid the service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits, or a right to both. So the IPSAS, the specific IPSAS, is about a specific right. For example, PP&E is a right to use the assets for in the production of the goods or supply of services. And I think the main challenge in this standard is to define the kind of right that the natural resource represent. And in my, consider all discussion that we have had up now, I think in the case of natural resource, the ente has a right to hold the item in natural state for future generations. This is the characteristics of natural resource. It's difficult to establish if it is or not in natural state, yes, but the judgment is part of our profession. It is difficult to define if the area is for conservation or not, and I think it's a challenge for our profession. Considering this, I think we need the best way is have one standard for a specific item with a specific characteristic in order to add some requirements in relation to another item in other IPSAS in this statement. I think the recognition in general, recognition measurement are appropriate because as long as the item is held in the natural state for future generation, it is not possible to have a right that encompasses the capability to generate economic benefits. And then I think it's possible to also some paragraph need to be redrafted if this view will be if the people understand that the view is the best view or more appropriate view. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Claudia.
I'm following the arguments from Patricia that we have items with different characteristics, but they come to a different conclusion, which is more than the camp or what it's David said, that we kept the actual drafting, sent them out, get the feedback, and make then our final conclusion. To reduce now tangible natural resources to conservation, it's a way, but then we have only a standard for a certain topic, and then we have probably left other items which still might be a standard is needed. So I see it like you have explained, it's better we start and say that it's our outcome because it's follow what we get as a response to our CP, and then we will see what stakeholders think about.
Thanks, Claudia. So I think, actually, I think both Andrew and Patricia have explained, there are very legitimate reasons why you might go for a narrower scope. But I think picking up on both Claudia and David's point, actually, tactically as a board, we're better to go out with the broad drafting that we've worked on at the moment. And be clear that we are soliciting feedback in terms of how we finalise this standard, because the way in which it's scoped will then, as Patricia has said, impact on whether you narrow down the requirements subsequently. But we allow our constituents to input to this in a way that will arrive at a standard that best meets their needs. So I think probably where we get to then is actually that as a board, I'd like to ask for your support in terms of moving ahead to finalise this on the basis of a broader, of the broad scope that we have at the moment, but in the recognition of the fact that we will, and I hope, and Andrew and Patricia are content with this, that we will have one or possibly two alternative views that articulate what they've just been talking about, and that we use those as we have those in a way that they provide the framework to highlight the key areas where we need information back from our constituents. That that is a tactic as far as the board is concerned, but I think it's a very legitimate tactic from the point of view of as Claudia has expressed, that we go out with something that's coherent now, but we recognise that if we narrow it, there may be changes that result from that. But we're open to that. We want evidence in finalisation. Before we go to that, Murray, you wanted to make a point, but then I do want to ask the board if they're content to move forward to finalise the standard based on that sort of approach. And there are other things that we need to. There are details, but that bigger picture decision is the one that will influence those. So, Murray.
Yes, thank you. In case of Japan, Japan has 70% is forest. And so within the forest, the national forest is 30%, and within 30% national forest, within the 30% is artificial forest, and 60% is natural forest. And so maybe the broader approach we are taking, if we take, it is so useful information for the decision making and accountability in case of Japan. And so it's at the 2-line item of the separate tangible natural resources which are held for conservation purpose and other tangible natural asset. So it's so useful information for the government and so decision making and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Murray. I think that just underlines the importance of this standard for our constituents going forwards, and therefore why we do need to actually get this out for comment and to get their input based on their jurisdictional perspectives. So can I just, this is not binding you in terms of a vote, but I would just like to check that members are content that we move ahead with finalisation based on that broad approach, but with hopefully one, but possibly two alternative views to articulate the reasons why constituents might see it as appropriate that we narrow the scope in finalisation. So if we can, Ross, if you can just take us into that.
Thanks. So just similar to earlier in the day, just a show of hands for those who support that broad approach. On the board, if you could just raise your hand. So I have 16 in the room, and I see Lucy online for 17, and just note one non-hand raised for the approach.
Okay, thanks everyone. I think that's helpful because that gives us the framing then in terms of how we filter the next points that Edwin wants to bring, which are obviously then in terms of how we finalise and make a coherent exposure draft. So Edwin, to you then.
Actually, before I get to the changes in the papers, one other change that I want to bring up is Ross actually went to an outreach event a few weeks ago and met with a few representatives from the Indigenous groups, I believe in Canada. And they brought up that they have commented that in their view, it wasn't really possible for any entity to control natural resources. And we just wanted to highlight that explicitly in the BCs. So I've amended BC3 and BC4. And essentially what we're saying is we're recognizing that they have commented their concerns about control, but in response, our response is that, yes, we understand that for some cases you might not be able to get control or demonstrate control, but you still need to go through it on a case-by-case basis and consider your specific facts and circumstances. So that's essentially what I've added for BC4. So just a very quick change. I'll pause there to see if I have any comments from board members.
Ross, you want to come in?
Yeah, so I just want to note that BC is not for that particular discussion. It's actually from the comment letters we got to the CP from some First Nation groups that made a similar comment. And the board actually did deliberate this when we did the comments and made this decision. So it was just making sure that when we go out for an exposure draft, people who'd actually responded to the consultation paper actually saw that their views were considered, so that when we talk to them again, you know, they're aware that the board has thought about it and this is the outcome of that discussion.
Thanks, Ross. And I think, you know, it's something that is an ongoing discussion about how we reflect the perspectives from Indigenous peoples into our standard setting work going forwards. It's a challenge because there's a, you know, great diversity of different communities. But I think it is really important, certainly in the sustainability space, it becomes very important, and this obviously overlaps. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Ross, actually, because that is a very live issue in our jurisdiction with Indigenous people. But and we have that challenge in practice. And one of the things that we, when we are in a transaction with Indigenous people around asset transfers and settlements, we often explain the control is in the context of financial reporting, which is only a very narrow framework for a specific purpose. And I just wondered whether you could add, it's obvious to us accountants, I think, but when you go broader with Indigenous people, accounting and financial reporting is just one lens in terms of stewardship, which in our jurisdiction is, you're right, nobody owns these in the Western sense. That we are guardians, and yeah, so I just wondered, you could even possibly strengthen that a little, but thank you.
So I think that'd be a good idea, and maybe if you have some thoughts, because I think we're going along those lines with what we have here, and that was the board's debate when we went back and looked. It was about, we're talking about the financial reporting concepts from our conceptual framework and applying the IPSASB framework to recognizing a financial transaction, not around the, you know, historical ways these things are managed or, you know, other issues that exist around them.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, I mean, listening to what you just said there, Angela, I can see that, for example, in BC4, you know, it might well be helpful to say that the IPSASB noted that from the financial reporting perspective, control over natural resources, and I think we could perhaps elaborate BC3 a little bit that would actually just note that, you know, Indigenous, you know, in terms of the traditions and the beliefs of Indigenous peoples, that actually that doesn't, you know, that doesn't fit with this sort of construct, however we choose to express that. But I think maybe if we just enhance in both those areas in that way, that would respect the very legitimate traditions and beliefs and approaches that they have, and then make that helpful differentiation that you've noted, Angela, that, you know, then what we're looking at it through is the financial reporting lens. So if members are happy with that approach, and then, you know, Angela, you know, if you're happy to input to that, we'll just sort of land that in a way that communicates the board's thinking, but also is respectful of the context in which those comments have been made. Okay, thanks, Edwin.
Okay, so this slide just goes through the changes that were discussed in the paper. So the other changes to the ED is we've clarified the development of the definition in the BCs. We've also ensured that the word tangible is used consistently through the ED where it's appropriate. And we've also added a paragraph on presentation. And this addresses Lynn's point from an earlier meeting where really when you present natural resources on the face of the financial statements, it should really describe the reason for holding the resource. So we've added a paragraph to say that if there are multiple uses, then the expectation is that there'll be separate lines on the financial statement or some sort of breakdown in the notes. We've also added BC 41 to talk about the development of the IGs and IEs, which have now been added to the exposure draft. And there are some other editorial comments as well that we've made since July. I'm not going to go through those in detail, but I'll pause here for any comments.
Okay, thanks, Evan. And just for clarity, all those editorials are shown in the markup version so that members can actually see those.
So the editorials are not. So the editorials are not really substantive, so that's why I highlighted the exact paragraphs that were changed. So that's in the 6.3.1. Yeah.
Andrew.
Thanks. I wasn't sure whether to bring it up here or later, but just to get it out there. We did, in the exposure draft, the latest update, include economic benefits back into the recognition criteria and the definition of natural resources. I think that means that as you flow then through the rest of the document, you need to bring back the other current value measures, because we had previously limited it to service potential, which by default meant it was only operating capacity. With the inclusion of economic benefits, I think we then have to, and particularly if we're leaving this broad for the other, we would then have to bring back the potential financial capacity and fair value measures. So just to fully flow that through the rest of the document.
Can I just be clear then? So, and this is maybe just when I was reading it, that I looked at it and thought, well, and this is sort of cognizant that that might be a perspective. I sort of looked at it and said, well, if I've got deemed costs and I've got current operational value, then I could go into that either with a cost approach or I could go in with a market value approach. And that was kind of how I came to feel comfortable with it. So I'm just wondering whether, because holding for fair value seemed to be something different to me. So I'm just, I'm just asking that question because I just want to be clear whether we do need to make those changes or whether, because you can access the market value approach under current operational value. So that was my question, really.
So I guess my concern is if we've broadened this up to the other, we're not sure in what capacity it would be held, and we've broadened the definition up to include economic benefits. So you could have a other that has economic benefits and is held for financial capacity. And so if we're going out broad, you'd have to allow for that in there. If we hear back that there is no other with a financial capacity, agree that it should then be curtailed back.
Okay, thanks, Andrew, for that clarification. Camilla, are you on that? Yeah, okay.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And in line with that, what Andrew mentioned, I think, for instance, in the paragraph 35 on impairment, we are now only referring to IPSAS 21, then we should also refer to IPSAS 26. So that kind of, drafting, let's say, just to make sure that we are now considering that. Thanks.
Okay, I think that's been useful to have that exchange. Patricia.
I'd like to confirm I not vote to broad approach because the way to analyze this standard, consider the broad approach, some paragraphs have to be changed too. And then in this moment, I think I might abstain or I vote against, because if I vote against, again, I can present my alternative view. I think it's clear. But I would like to reinforce some comments here. When I have this broad approach, I need to think exactly what is the broad approach. As Edwin explained to me, because I said, my God, it's so different that I only realized based on the paper in July. The idea is I define in a broad way what is natural resource, and then the next step in the decision to apply or not is to identify if it's not in all the IPSAS, and to apply this IPSAS only for the residual. This is in the residual, the question is, the residual has or not the right to encompass financial or economic benefits. I think it needs to be more clear, because it's not clear that upper definition, I consider the broad approach, and recognition, measurement, and I consider the narrow approach. I think it needs to be clear in the standard. Thank you.
So can I suggest, Patricia, I think where we get to is there is a logic, Andrew's explained the logic as to why we need to walk back to that drafting that we had in June in terms of the measurement. But then I think in articulating the discussion that we've had and what narrowing the scope might mean, then we would need to absolutely reflect what you've just said, that the way we're approaching it now is this, and so that's what I mean by we need to make sure that the basis for conclusions drafting does actually reflect the impact of the decision that we're actually making. Because if you didn't go that way, then there would be consequences as you've outlined. So I think, in finalising the BCs, that's what we would need to do to make sure that that perspective, or that, if you like, those consequences are actually drawn out. Okay, so is everybody okay then that there would need to be some consequential changes, which basically just put back that drafting that was in there originally for that, to allow for the possibility of there being other items? Okay, that's good. Any other comments on the points on the slide then? Sorry, I can't see Lucy, but I'm sort of assuming. Okay, move us forward then.
Okay, so the next paper is on the implementation guidance and illustrative examples. So in June, we had a discussion with the CAG and also with the IPSASB about the topics that we're going to draft IGs and IEs for. And essentially, staff worked with the task force to execute on the instructions. So we've came up with 11 implementation guidance and 4 illustrative examples, and those are now all in the exposure draft. So in June, we talked about going through these at this meeting, but by exception. So because these are not authoritative, I believe that essentially
their input to the development of both the IGs and IEs. Obviously, if there are any editorials, then those can be taken account of in the editorial process that will have to go forward with this. Just wondered whether there were any sort of comments of substance at this stage that members want to raise. Yeah, Liang.
I have some points that I think is significant because if we in this way, I think maybe it is necessary for us to amend the text. The example 4 about the transition, I see.
Sorry, Liang, can you just be clear where we are, which page we're on? So.
Page 46 for the whole document.
Ah.
Page 46 for the whole document. I read IE 17. Day is the previous year, 2000 and to you adopt and should put the previous year. But I think it may be practical, very difficult to apply, because I think we have another option that you to have full retrospective application. That means you should look at the comparative figure, and when we have this option, I think maybe the other option is to reduce the cost you initially apply this standard. So my preference is that just let the comparative figure, such as no figure or let it be, and you only deal with this year's figure. So maybe this is more practical. Otherwise, even you apply option 1, you have to look at the figure in the previous year.
So Liang, just being clear then, taking your approach, would that change what we've got in the core standard?
I think simply just add some words in the core text such as without adjusting the comparative figure. So this may be.
Can I suggest, I think this just needs to be bottomed out in a discussion with staff, in terms of exactly what the IE says and whether there is then any need for a bit of additional text in the core standard. I think we can deal with that this week, but I don't think that should detain us from actually, just moving to a vote. So if I can go to Noyati next and then to Claudia.
Thank you. I just want to highlight about the IG4. We propose to include the examples and illustration of existing program or plans to develop program relating to natural resources occurring items. Because the IG13 does have an example of existing program, but not plans to develop programs. But under the IG13 is also stated out about the detailed plan in terms of to demonstrate the technical and financial feasibility. Can be, I don't know whether it can be linked with the IG4. I need the clarity about that. Thank you.
Edwin.
Yeah, we can add a cross-reference to link the two together. That shouldn't be a problem.
Meaning plans, definition of the plans is the same as the plan, the detailed plans which can demonstrate the technical and feasibility, financial feasibility. That definition of plans under IG4, is it the same on IG13 that we can link together?
It's not a definition as such, it's a description or it's a term used. So I think if the intention is that the two are linked, then you just need to use the same term in the two places so that there is consistency, and therefore that eliminates that uncertainty that you're referring to. So again, as this is non-authoritative, I'd suggest that we do that offline and then we just notify, bring it back on Friday just to say that's what has been done. Okay. Claudia.
Thank you. I have comments to two IGs. It's first is IG 22. It's on page 31. The whole paragraph is describing how rewilding is an act of limiting human influence. And then if I start rewilding land, then we will probably in this standard. But what it's missing, that we need of additional, fulfill all the additional requirements we have described in A1 as determination of whether a tangible natural resource exists and everything. So reading just the answer, it looks like any rewilding of land becomes to the standard. So we make to make sure that we follow all the criteria. And the second input I have to IG 30, that it's grouping of disclosures. At first, I think the first, the paragraph IG 30, it's a repetition of what it's already in the AGs and didn't, it's in my view not necessary. And in AG 31, I would change the start on the second sentence from however to in any case, to make sure that we have the, what it was, the obscuring information could be in different ways. So that's the only observation I have.
Okay, thanks. I think if you can just liaise with Edwin and we can get those changes made. Patricia.
It's about ID 21 in this B, 21B. The example is not about the expenditure that can be recognized as natural resource. The example is about the construction of a fence around a tangible natural resource. It's not an expenditure that can be or not be recognized as natural resource in accordance with previous discussion and decisions. My suggestion would be change this example. The construction of a fence, I cannot, the construction of a fence is not naturally occurring, and consequently it's not a good example for subsequent expenditures.
Okay, so we need to change the example just to make it clear that, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Any other points then on the IGs or IEs? Okay, so I think subject to making those drafting changes, move us forward then, Edwin. So we're into the approval process now. And obviously there are some changes which just will reflect what has been agreed today. So I think, just by way of confirmation, what we would do is just bring that back on anything necessary on the core text back on Friday morning, just so that members are content on that. So I think, subject to just that, bringing that back in that way, then I think we're clear to move forward with the approval process for the exposure draft.
Oh, so are we voting now? Okay, so I guess I'll just quickly go through the slides. So we've worked with the task force and incorporated all the feedback from the CP and also from the CAG. We've had 3 meetings with the CAG actually, and we've presented the draft to the IPSASB as we were developing them ever since the June 2023 meeting. The full exposure draft is now in the back of the agenda item. And the task force is of the view, and the staff are of the view that the ED is ready for approval. And also, although it's in the recommendation, we are recommending an exposure period of 120 days because normally that's, for normal ED, that's not an improvement.
So in terms of the vote, Lynn informed me over email she had to step out of the room to take a call, but she sent me an email saying she had no substantive comments and she'd be voting for, so I'll be including her as a for vote. But I'll now ask all the members in the room and Lucy online to go through the voting process. So first, if you vote for, please put your flag up. If you're online, I can see Lucy's already put her hand up as for. So I've got 13 in the room for. That makes 14 with Lucy online and 15 with Lynn's vote. So if everyone could put your flags down now. I'll next do any abstentions. So I have one abstention for Angela. And Angela, you can put your flag down. And now I'll vote for any votes against. So I have 2 votes against, Patricia and Andrew. And as you're voting against, each of you can read into the record your alternative views if you'd like one, and that will be also recorded in the minutes, and it must be a summarized view.
But I think from that point of view, both of you have already explained your concerns in terms of the current approach. So from the minutes point of view, we can summarise those key points, and then obviously staff will support you as you draft the alternative view or alternative views. Okay, so thanks everyone. I think that's a very important exposure draft to have approved. A lot of work, a lot of thinking gone into that, and even, you know, the process we've gone through today just shows the challenges involved in this. So I think good work, and thank you for sticking with this. It's been a long day, but I think a very productive day from the board point of view. And I think really that gets us to the end of the agenda for Wednesday, Thursday, no, Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. Sorry, I saw natural resources first thing Thursday. So we will reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when we are back on track then in terms of discussing the feedback to the 2 exposure drafts, bringing in IFRS 6 and IFRIC 20. And yeah, so we're good, and hope you enjoy a good evening, relax, enjoy a well-earned rest, and come back refreshed for tomorrow morning. Thanks, everyone.